Briggs on the 3, back to the line. 4 is going to go to the 1 bike of Kent. Branham will get a 5. Shepard to get a 6. England's back up. Give him a little love. Coming back through moto number 9. 10's your moto now. 11-12 open. Taking 2 straight to a main event. Turner, Wilson, Thomas, Kiefer, and Wooters. Out of the last turn. Wooters looking for that 2 spot. Top spot going off. Take off Thomas. Ignite Racing Colors. Wooters looking for a 2. Back to the stripe. Out of moto number 10. Got to be Gnarly Charlie, Noyola, Wells, Ratch, and Duncan down the 3rd straightaway. Factory Citadel SG and Noyola running the top spot. Looking for Premier Colors on that 2. The Reaper ratcheting in and out of that 2nd turn, last turn. Last straightaway, and that's the way they'll bring it back through. Out of moto number 11, taking 2. Noyola ratcheting top spots. 12's your moto, 13-14 open now. Out of the 2nd turn, Hingle, Hughes, Hoffman, Wells down the 3rd straightaway. Noisy Boy on the top spot running the show. Hughes looking for that 2 spot. Got to be Hingle picking it up on that 3. Out of the last turn, moto number 12 on track as they head for home. Last straightaway, still got Hoffman, Hughes, Hingle. 1, 2, 3. Back to the stripe. Out of moto 12, 13's your moto. Baby Whitmore, Rowe, Keener, Gaylor, Diazman, Rowe on the front line run. Out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Cleves local. He'll bring this one back through that last straightaway. Keeping things locked down, looking for the hot rod Keener. Keener on the 2 spot, trying to hang on to it. Oh, little bonk right there. 13 going to get him. Gaylor going to get the 2. Keener back to the 3. Got to hit the marks all clean on those last straightaways. It could cost you a spot real quick. Drowinick, Madden, Blake, Carriasso. In and out of the last straightaway, coming back through. Back to me, going to go with the F-Bike, Madden. Sugar Sean, back to the stripe, going to go Carriasso. Aloha Joe, coming back for that 3. How about Blake will pick up the 4. Little ladies, big wheels now. 800 girl Cruiser coming down the 2 straightaway. Holiday, McLaughlin, Walgren. Ladies getting it done right now. Little MJ, Holiday, Factory Mimi and Pops out of Red Oak, Texas. She'll drive this one back through that 3rd straightaway, trying to get the clean sweep of the weekend, little MJ is. All the way back through that last turn, last straightaway, McLaughlin, Walgren coming down the line, bring this one back to the stripe. Going to be a 4 bike looking for it. McLaughlin on the 2, Walgren on the 3. Out of moto 15, 16, Dotson, Shepard, Anderson, Salmon. Good battle going on with these ladies all weekend long. Anderson taking charge into that last turn. Coming back through, got to be Smiley Kylie, Shepard on the 2 spot, Salmon and Dotson working it out. Dotson on the 3 spot, back to the stripe, but it's all Anderson, Shepard, Dotson, Salmon. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 11, 12 girl cruisers now. Wallace, Larson, McCain down the 3rd straightaway. Wallace got it locked in. Mayhem tried to show her a wheel. Oh, couldn't quite get on it. Couldn't quite get the pass going into that last turn. She'll have to settle for that 2 spot. Crystal the Pistol Wallace. Wallace will bring this one back to the stripe. We're going to go McCain on the 2. Larson for your 3. Out of moto 17. 18's a moto down the 3rd straightaway. Crazy Girl Cole trying to crank things up down the 3 straightaway. Hanson's going to close that door up real tight. But she's got somebody coming on the other side. Oh, here we go. Hale trying to get things locked down the last straightaway. She's looking for the ace. Hale, Hanson side by side. Down the last straightaway. Hanson, Hale, Cole, 1, 2, 3. Mead will get the 4. Surratt will get a 5. Great racing right there as they come down the 3rd straightaway. Smiley, Stokel, she's on lock right now. 15, 16 Lady Cruisers coming out of Minnesota, St. Cloud. Pineview Park local, bringing this one back at me. Luptak trying to crank the 110% nutrition up right now. Oh, did you drink the protein shake this morning? Back to the stripe. 7 will get it for the 2. One bike for the 3 of Luptak. Wright will get the 4 as they come across the line. Bringing a little heat right now. 31-35 ladies coming back out of Barrett. Aiken, Adwell, Foster, Moore, Farley back to the line. It's going to go Moore, Barrett going to go 1, 2. Back to the stripe, 99 and the Gold Cup 3. How about Farley? You get a 3. Out of moto 20, 21's your moto. Who's going to send it early on a Sunday fun day? Gaylor going to bring it down the 3rd straightaway. Latimer, Harwick, Gaylor, Harrison, 41-45 Lady Cruisers. Nice little manual from Gaylor coming back around out of that last turn. She's going to bring it back home. Keeping it on the lockdown right now. Gaylor coming back at us. Hang time. Latimer looking for a spot all the way back to the stripe. How about the Nag 10 bike? Harwick will get a 3. Harrison will get a 4. Say come through Moto 21. 22's your Moto now into the second turn, third straightaway. Hunt getting things locked in, looking for that top spot. She's trying to go for a clean sweep of the weekend in this class as well. Shirley and Mayo coming down the third straightaway, but it's all Hunt on the top spot. Landstar, SCR Amy Grips coming back down the last straightaway. She'll bring those one back through. Look for Shirley on the 2. Mayo for your 3. Out of Moto 22. 23's your Moto. Down the third straightaway, the Spicy Canuck, Barkley, Stafford, Melchert, O'Brien, Goebel. Goebel sang the national anthem for us this morning as we come down through that 3 straightaway, bringing them into that last turn. Still got the Spicy Canuck, Barkley on the top spot. She'll bring this one down the last straightaway. Got to be O'Brien picking it up on the 2. Team Iowa back through that last turn. Going to be Melchert. Melchert on the 3 spot as they come back around. Mobile Goebel, she's going to bring this one back through on that 4 spot. Sing the national anthem for us this morning. Got everybody fired up on a Sunday fun day as we come back down the last straightaway. How about Stafford to get the 5? More ladies on the track now. 56 and over, ladies cruiser. A little shout out from my boy Charlie Borland. I know he's up in Canada right now announcing the other race, but I still got to give him the shout out. Schroeder, Maresh, Kyle, Baker, Miss Kitty Westenauer on a Sunday fun day. Maresh going to come back to the line. She's going to get this one wrapped up right now. Back to the stripe. We're going to go Baker for that 2 spot. How about Schroeder going to get the 3? Down the last straightaway. The Wildflower. Kyle coming in for that 4. Sunday fun day, Miss Kitty. Bringing it back around. She won the 50-50 yesterday. Man, her weekend is set. And a happy Mother's Day to you as well, Miss Kitty, as we come back down the last straightaway. Always a great day when Miss Kitty's in the house. 76 years young, that's all I'm saying. Kurth, Guthrie, Hunt, Kurth coming down the third straight. Oh, the battle royale with these guys coming back at us. Who's got that top spot? Lachlan Hunt on his birthday weekend, turned up this weekend, trying to hang on for a top spot. Odin Guthrie trying to get him. Hunt, Guthrie 1-2, back to the stripe. We'll go Jake Kurth going to get that 3. Pete Kurth going to get the 4. Out of Moto 25, 26 your Moto down through that third straightaway. Shepard, King, Baxter, Baker, Escalona. Got to be Escalona, King on the 1-2 out of the last turn. Down the third straightaway, Escalona looking smooth on the level up. Ride back to the line. We're going to go King for that 2 spot. Looking for the 3. How about Baker? Baker going to get the 3. Looks like it'll be Shepard for the 4. Baxter for the 5. Cowles, Wiggins, Warwick, Vanderheiden, Sullivan, Lyle, Emery, Netherton down the third straightaway. Got to be the wild man, Reed Vanderheiden, Ameriprise full tilt colors. Man, ran the team lap, ran the flag lap again this morning, boys. Nice job as we come back through. Sullivan for that 2 spot. Back to the line, we're going to go 18 bike. Elijah Emery going to get the 3, 10, 13, 15 bike. Roach, Deegan, Shirley, Peterson, Eubanks down the 3 straight. Mr. Eubanks on the top spot. Factory Crank Lab coming back through. Going to get this one wrapped up. Looking for that 2 spot. Going to be a Team Iowa rider. National Age Group number 6. Going to go Cash Money Peterson. Hangs on for the 2. Back to the finish line. Out of Moto 28, 29 Shimoto. Murray, Jarvis, Turner, Taylor, Johnson. Keeping things locked in on that top spot. Looking for it now. Got to be T-Bone Taylor. Gold Cup champion. Factory Flex racing out of Peoria, Arizona with the K-Bike in tow. Racing Case and Murray. Murray picks up the 2. Good battle going on right now down the third straightaway. 11-year-old cruisers. Rodas, Latigue, Paxman, Johnson, Ladrin, Gallegos. Johnson takes charge out of that last turn. Paxman going to have to try to crank things up. Trying to ride smart, hit the march. Paxman's trying to gain a little ground back to the line. Johnson, Paxman go 1-2. Gallegos going to get the 3-14 bike. Rodas will pick up a 4. Not a Moto 30, 31's a Moto down the third straightaway. Got to be the wrecking ball. Merriam, Turner, Nolte, Tremmel, Goza, Larson. Merriam putting in a hot lap right now to Carbondale, Colorado. Looking for the 2 spot. Up for grabs. Back to the line. The 2 bike slides in. Going to be Larson. Out of Moto, 31, 32. Your Moto in and out of the second turn. Third straightaway. White, Angela, Strayer, Libera, Harp, Kiefer. Stray Cat going to try to do some strutting to get up front, but looks like it's all Hummingbird. Harp on the top spot as he goes into that last turn. He'll bring this one back home. Going to be Zion Angela. Angela locks in for the 2 down the last straightaway. Looks like that's the way to run for these guys. They come back to the line. Out of Moto, 32, 33 is your Moto. 13-year-old cruisers down through that third straightaway. Melcher, Tyson, Hill, Wettendorf, Johnson, Gap. Tyson putting a hot lap down right now as he heads out of that last turn, coming back through, looking for that 2 spot. See what goes down on the National Age Group number 7 bike, Wettendorf. And the 9 bike, Melcher will get that third. Keep things locked in down the 3 straightaway. Dixon, Quimby, Lacone, and Hughes and Gibbs. Taking 2 straight to a main event. 14-year-old cruisers. A bike on the top spot. The Hitman Dixon. Music City local. Tennessee boy. Back to the line. Skinny Digit out front. Or on the 2 spot of Laconin. Laconin will get the 2. Back at us. Out of Moto 34. 35 Shimono. Grieve, Bowman, Sizemore, Tyson. Tyson putting things on lockdown into that last turn. Got to be Bowman. Bowman picking up on the 2 spot. Minnesota 1-2. Couple of buddies racing it out down the last straightaway. Bowman, Tyson. Top spots out of Moto 35, 36 your Moto down the 3 straightaway. McMillan, Gunning, Miller, Sorensen, Nickham, Stokel. Sorensen running the top spot into the last turn. He's trying to check out, looking for the ace in the first go-around. Got the F-bike, Gassett, Gunning picking it up on the 2 spot. Stokel ramping it up down the last straightaway. He'll settle for the 3. Back to the line, the 10 bike. McMillan will pick up a 4. Out of Moto 36, 37, Mayman, Jones, Davis, Coons, Harwick. Ooh, showed him a wheel. He says, all right, I'll take it easy on you, Davis. We'll work this one out in the second go-around. How about Davis, Mayman, 1-2, back to the stripe. They're going to go. Harwick will get the 3. Coons will get a 4. Jones will get a 5. Oh, he found his legs today. Coming down the third straightaway, Alan Sonora, McCauley, Schutz. Bring him into the last turn. Double A. He's going to kind of bring him back around. Aloha, bro. Uh-oh. Oh, Nightmare says, I'm going to try to pull you down the last straightaway. Alan Sonoran hangs on to it. McCauley for the 2. Schutz for the 3. Swerkel, Contreras, and Larson in and out of the second turn. Keep things smooth down that 3 straightaway. Contreras, Swerkel getting it done 1-2. Larson on that 3 spot. These guys will head for home. Out of Moto 39, 36-40. Cruisers coming back through. Looks like that's the way to work out right there. Wakefield, Watson, Carriasso, Zach Jallens down the 3rd straight. Carriasso trying to crank things up a little bit down the line. See if he can pick off Jallens, get an ace locked in for that first go-around. He says, I'm going to cruise it on back through. I'm going to let him go. Jallens on that top spot. Carriasso on that 2 spot. Wakefield going to get the 3. No Jody Watson this morning. Jody Watson, you sleeping in, bro? What happened? Street, Randolph, and Hanson down that 3rd straight. Big Chad Street on the top spot. World 4. He's going to bring this one out last turn. Randolph on the 2 spot. Biolab Syndic Colors. Keeps things locked in for the 2. Back to the stripe with Hanson on the 3. Out of the second turn, Tay Thomas down the 3 straightaway. SRT colors, got to be Grieve. Grieve picking it up on the 2. A couple of Arkansas boys getting it done on the 1-2. Driving this one down the 3rd straightaway. 42 Zamoto. 51-55 cruisers coming back home. Saw Thomas and Grieve, top spots. As they cruise on in, they're going to go hit the breakfast bar. The snack bar's open. They got breakfast cooking over there. Some breakfast burritos. I think they got breakfast tacos. All kinds of good stuff. Make sure you get on over to the Hardesty Cafe. Get yourself dialed in. Prince, Drolet, Johnson, Kuhlman. Back through that last turn. Last straightaway. Got to be Drolet, Prince on the 1-2. Couple of Texas boys coming back to the stripe. Moto 43, 44 Shimono. Branham, Pennington, Smart. Coming down through that 3rd straightaway. Got the lock on the top spot. The commander, Cody Smart. He's bringing this one back through. Branham on the 2 spot. Pennington on that 3 as he comes on back through the last turn, last straightaway. So this is what? I think this is your 3rd lap around Hardesty, Pennington. We were talking last night. He's like, this is the first time I've even rode the track, man. So I think that was his 3rd time ever even going around out here at Hardesty. So good stuff to see that going on. Sonnerup, Jamison, Sloan, Field, Streff. Old school, preschool, skated to school, back to school. Jamison on the 2 spot, back to the line. We'll go. Sonnerup will get the 3. Streff will get the 4. Bonsai! Mr. Fields will come in for that 5 spot. $46 Moto now. 500 Novice, little tiny Grommies, 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 3-year-olds. Here we go. There's that little 3-year-old coming down the 3rd straightaway. Little Coco Spears coming down the line. Hunt, Hilbrich, Wilkins, little Tykes, little Bikes. Spears ramping it up a little bit, hitting a little backside. The 3-year-old getting loose down the 3rd straightaway. Going to bring this one into that last turn. Let's see if she can pick up a spot. Who's got the ace locked in? The 2211 bike. Hilbrich coming back through. Little Cliff coming back around. Little Tykes, little Bikes coming back through. Doesn't get much better than this. 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 3-year-old. Wilkins, 4 years young, bringing it back up. Spears is going to make the pass. Spears got it for the 3 spot, the 3-year-old, and come back through past the 4-year-old at the line. Cohen, Bowman, Zook, and Baker. Down the last straightaway, G-Money, Baker, Sandite, BMX comes on back home. Looks like Zook looking for the 2. Tegan Bowman on that 3 spot. Oh, the Banshee. Reject Racing Colors coming down the 3rd straightaway. Give him a little love. Give him a little love for the Banshee. Tegan Bowman. Bowman comes in for that 3. The Banshee Cohen, Kansas boy, coming down the 3. He's coming for you, Tonka. Get this one going into that last turn. The Banshee's got to stand up on the pedals a little bit. Over the tabletop we go. Coach Diaz, Abbott, and Stanley coming down the 3rd straightaway. 7-year-old novice rider still getting it done. The Banshee coming back home, finishing up the lap. Ramp it up one more time. Cohen coming back through. The Banshee, Reject Racing Colors. Gets it finished up. Here's the next one coming back at us. 25 bike Abbott. Abbott runs the show. 111. Cheesy Bees is going to go Stanley for that 2. Out of Moto 48, 49 Shimono now. Boehner, LeMay, Nitro Noah, Kirby Ball. Deal with Duvel. Rides the high line out of that last turn, takes it upstairs a little bit. 9-year-old novice rider coming back through the 967 bike. Boehner on the top spot, back to the stripe. Deal going to get the 2. The 5 bike. Duvel going to get a 3. Ball picks up a 4. Kirby on the 5, back to the stripe we go. The 995 bike, LeMay going to get a 6. Let's get back into the game right now. 11-year-old novice riders. How about Yang, Johnson, Hicks, Malone, Porritt? Down the 1st straightaway, 11-year-old novice riders. Get over to their USA Racewear. Get those event T-shirts. Get Mom a Mother's Day gift. He's got it all hooked up. Full tilt in the house this weekend. Racewear over there on 2 wheels. They've got all kinds of hot deals going down, especially on Mother's Day. So make sure you get over there and check it out. 11 novice coming back through. 50 is the Moto, and now the 2nd turn with the Gold Cup champ Malone. Hardesty race team, local rider on the home turf. In the Backyard National, Lila Hicks picking it up on that 2 spot. Another Tulsa Hardesty local bringing this one down the line with Johnson, Yang, and Porritt coming back through the last turn, looking for the top spot. Malone gets it done. Malone coming back down the last straightaway, locks this one in, 20 bike. Hicks picking up the 2 spot. Hicks with a little look back right there, coming back down the last straightaway, 328. Nia Johnson, another Hardesty local, gets it locked down, back to the line with a 401. How about Jaden will come back through for a 4. Driving it back out of the last straightaway, Thompson, Johnson, Tim Penny, Kirby, Brunner, McGinnis with a 329 bike of Johnson out front, 90-173. McGinnis will pick up the 4. Thompson on a 5. Kirby on a 6. Out of Moto 51, 52's your Moto down the third straight. Curl, Farrell, Buchanan working it out. Sand Springs local on the top spot. Sandite BMX coming back through. Buchanan ramping this one up as we come on down the last straightaway. Got it locked in. Looking for the 88 bike of Farrell on the 2. Curl for the 3. Out of Moto 52. 53's your Moto into the second turn. Third straightaway. 17-20 novice riders. Lanning, Elkins, Boehner. Boehner on the top spot out of Oklahoma City. Yukon local coming down the third straightaway. Boehner on the front line run. Down the line we go into that last turn. Got to be landing on that 2 spot. No excuses. Elkins on the 3. Head through that last turn, last straightaway, and that's the way we'll run it back home. Cheatham, Wilkins, Bailey, Harrison runs in and out of the second turn, third straightaway. 77 Mike on the top spot. Hardesty colors, Jay Cheatham. Cheatham coming down the third straightaway. The big rig, Wilkins, Bailey, Harrison. Charging hard down the third straight. Coming into that last turn, 54 is the Moto on the way back around. Still the 77 bike. Cheatham on the front line run. Back to the stripe. Going to go Harrison for that 2 spot. Harrison trying to stretch it out right there as we come back to the line. With the 275, the big rig. Wilkins will get the 3. Out of Moto 54, 55's your Moto down the third straightaway. Macklin, Eilers, Nelson, Rodriguez, and Picard. Arturo on the top spot. Rodriguez out of the last turn. Gets right on the gas, coming back through, looking for that 2 spot. 2-cycle Michael's got to be Picard. Picard on the 2, driving down the last straightaway. Looking for Nelson on that 3. Looks like that's the way it'll go right there. Skater Boy coming back for that 4. That's the way it goes down out of Moto 55. 500 intermediates. Humphrey, Abbott, Reeves, Guthrie, Jordan. Down through the third straightaway. Got room for 2 to move on. 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds out on the track. The intermediates out on the last turn. 1-2 going straight to a main event. 25 bike. How about the Mad Jordan? Jordan back to the line with your 99 bike, Nixon Abbott. Top 2 spots straight to a main event. Out of Moto 56. Parsons, Van Trees, Trent, Foshee in and out of the second turn. Down the 3 straightaway, 101. Van Trees, Sandite. Sand Springs local coming through. Down the third straightaway. Cowbud Cole, Parsons cranking this one up. 4 years young. Down the third straightaway on the 2 spot. Trying to find a way to that main event. 57 is the Moto. 57 is the Moto out of the last straight. Coming back through. Got Van Trees on the top spot. Sandite BMX coming back to the line. Go with your Gold Cup champ. Parsons will pick up your 2. Yeah, guys, don't forget, if you guys take that second straight, whichever side you take, you got to take it all the way through. All right, 58 your Moto. Wilkins, Donson, Pruitt, Trent, Boyve, Kurth down the third straight. 8 bike on the top spot. Slow-mo, Brodo trying to get it done. Coming down the third straightaway looking for a 2 spot. Cranklap, Pruitt on the 2. Down the 3 straight into the last turn. Got room for 2 moving on to a main event. 58 is the Moto. The 8-year-old intermediates coming down the line. Slow-mo Brodo going to get it done on 2 wheels. Back at us with Pruitt on the 2 spot. Dotson Pruitt. Top 2 out of Moto 58. 59 your Moto into the second turn. Malin, Bonine, Clark, Elwell, Meeks. 49 bike out front. Hold Clark out of Allen, Texas, coming down the 3rd straightaway. Bonine, Malin, Elwell, Meeks all charging hard. Room for 2 to move on out of the last turn. Oh, little peek over the shoulder right there from the lead rider coming back home. Going to be the 49 bike, Holden Clark. Clark getting it wrapped up right there with the 44 of Meeks. So we'll pick up your 2. The 8-year-old intermediate group. 9-year-old intermediates now down the 3rd straightaway. Netherton, Stinson, Class, Caster. Stinson on the 3 spot down the 3rd straightaway. Netherton looking for a top spot into that last turn. Class trying to crank things up on the way back through last straightaway. To us now looking for a top spot. Netherton going to go Class 1-2. Stinson for the 3. Crane, Kelly, Pointer, Roach, Ricks, 10-year-old intermediates. 2 riders straight to a main event. Out of the last turn, coming back through. A little side-by-side going to go down right now as they come back to the stripe. Ricks looking for a front line run, coming back through. Going to be the 3 in the 32 bike. Ricks, Roach. 1-2 out of Moto 61. 62's your Moto down the 3rd straightaway. 17 bike. Tillman, Cheatham, Fletcher, Lee. Down through that 3 straightaway. The Tillmanator. He's working the top spot. Missouri boy out of the last turn. Take a couple extra cranks. Little peek over the shoulder there. Says, all right, I got this one locked in. Going straight to the main event in the first go round. Down the last straightaway. 29 bike trying to gain a little ground. Back to the stripe. Fowler, Walkie, Ridley, Elwell, Cole. Last straightaway looking for Sand Springs local. Ridlon on the front line. Coming down the last straightaway. Looking for that 2 spot. Poison Ivy going to go Cole. Cole picks it up for the 2. 23 in the 19 bike. Elwell get the 3. Fowler get a 4. Walkie get a 5. It was the 43. Cheeto got that 2 spot out of Moto 62. We had to check it. It was a video review. Man, that was a close one right there. Burton, Moody, Setzer, 12-year-old intermediates down the last straight. Nice little pass. Made it happen. 80 in the 9 bike. Burton, Setzer go 1-2. Moody for the 3. Nice move by Burton down the last straightaway. Just pushed on through. Got the ace. 13-year-old intermediates. Room for 2 moving on. Wells and Terrace, McDonald, Hill, Cook. 46 bike on the top spot. Solorio, Nateris back to the line with the 14. Wells will pick up your 2. Moto 65, 66, your Moto into the second turn. Johnson, Graff, Coots, Smith. 83 bike of Brody Smith on the top spot down the 3rd straightaway. Smith keeping things in check right now down that 3rd straightaway with Coots, Graff, and Johnson all doing a little shopping to get in the mix out of the last turn. 83 bike still, Brody Smith out of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Back to the stripe, going to be the double deuce. 22 bike, Johnson will get that 2. 14-year-old intermediates, Thomas and Harris, Fowler, Hart, Morgan, Dial, Merritt, Mooring, in and out of the second turn. Big step, full boatload going on right now. 26, 25 bike, 142. How about Hart? Fowler getting it done 1 and 2. Harris on that 3 spot. Coming out of that last turn as we charge this one all the way back home. It's all Hart on the front line run. Coming back down the last straightaway. Hart, Fowler, Harris, 1, 2, 3. Back to the stripe, 11 bike. Mooring picks up the 4 of the 126 bike. Thomason will get a 5. Out of Moto 67, Young, Nickham, Hansen, Kohler, Comstock, Smith charging in the last turn. High-low coming back through the last straightaway. Can he drag race it all the way back to the line? Got a little loose right there. The 142 Gold Cup 1, 142 Gold Cup 147 bike. Smith, Nickham, Young, 1, 2, 3. Nice little battle back and forth with those guys down the last straightaway. Out of Moto 68, 69, Goff, Hamilton, Picard, Young. Volsky coming down the third straight, 69 Moto, 1720 intermediates. Gold Cup plate out front, Cody Goff, Freaky Fast Colors out of Kansas. Down the last straight, he'll go with the 21 bike. Volsky going to get the 2, the 542. Young will get a 3. Hamilton to get a 4, Picard to get a 5. Tonka trying to put something together down the third straight. Let's see if he can find the inside line. Shows him a wheel. Pass from the backside. Can't seal the deal yet. Pruitt, Chapik, Novenko. 3 wide down the last straightaway. Tonka trying to get the ace back to the stripe. He pulls one off. Coming back through. Ah, 71 Moto, 36 to 40 intermediates. 6:05, 57 bike down the third straightaway. Brum, Lum working it out. Devine and Cohen. Brum and Lum going to go 1 and 2, and then out of the last turn, crank it up one more time on the way back around. Keep these guys locked in, looking for that top spot. 6:05, Zach Lum. Brum, Daddy Brum, going to come back for the 2. How about Devine for that 3? Cohen for your 4. Out of Moto 71, 72 Shimono down through that third straightaway, 56 bike. Broadway checking out. Bly, Cole, Van Auken, Ennis, Hill, and Solo Rio. Solo Rio looking for that 2 spot. Wellness Family Clinic, LLC, coming back around the last turn. Top 2 going down right there as they come back down the last straightaway, looking for that 3rd spot. How about your 23 bike? Van Auken going to get the 3 for 2 Cycle Michaels, the 50, and the 38. Ennis to get a 4. '73 Shimono, 56 and over intermediates. Ooh, that coffee kicked in right in the last turn, huh, Tonka? You got it. Sunrips the rent. Dr. J swings it around the inside. Can he make it run down the last straightaway? Sunrips says, I think he got me, man. Dr. J going to bring it back to the stripe. Big Chris for the 2. That's set for the intermediates right there. And welcome to the Girls Club. Here we go, the little ladies. In and out of the second turn. Luo running the show. SeaTac Colors out of Washington. H-Bike on the 2 spot. Got to be Clark coming down the third straightaway. Bone 9 picking this one up. Dotson coming back around. In and out of that last second turn. Murray, the 4-year-old. Little Dotson, the 3-year-old back there. She's coming out of the last turn. But it's all Charlotte Luo on the front line run out of the last straightaway. Coming out of Washington, SeaTac local, bring it back through. Yeah, Stinson and the crew out there. How about Clark on that 2 spot? Coming back to the stripe. I'm going to go 798. Bonine will get that 3. Breck and Murray, 4 years young, coming out of the last turn. She's looking for that 4 spot. Little Blakey Dotson, 3 years young, going to the last turn. Give her some love on the way through. Make some noise for her. 4-year-old, 3-year-old little ladies getting it done. She's going full send on the way back down that last straightaway, little Blake. 6-year-old ladies now, bad to the bone, not retired this weekend. Kenneth Jones coming down the third straightaway. Snell, Novi, Lyle, Spears. Mings working this one out. Oh, she brought the broom in the house this weekend, trying to sweep the podium for the weekend with Grandpa and the crew. Grandma's in the house. Everybody's here. Coming back down the last straightaway. Little Emmy Spears on the 2. Jones will get it done out front. One more time down the last straightaway. Nag 5. Snell going to get that 3. Little Sunshine Novi going to get the 4. Mings will get a 5. And the Diva Lyle will come back through for that 6. Out of Moto 75, 76 Moto. Evans, Wesley, Bates, Farley, Shepard, McLaughlin. Ladies getting serious into the last turn right now, trying to keep a wheel out front, trying to make it happen as she comes down the last straightaway. Gold Cup plate. Got to be McLaughlin on the Gold Cup 3. McLaughlin coming back through. Ride or die. Evans. Evans picks it up on the 2 spot. Back to the stripe. Shepard for that 3. Wesley for the 4. 16 bike. Farley going to get the 5. Bates will get a 6. Out of Moto 76, 77, Moto. Reeves, Walgren, Carr, and Holiday. Little MJ way out front. Charging into that last turn. She'll bring this one back through the last straightaway. 77's a Moto. Holiday, Factory Mimi and Pops. Coming back home, looking for that 2 spot. Gold Cup 3, Walgren. Walgren going to try to make a run to the line. She'll set up for the 2. Reeves will get a 3. Carr will get a 4. Sour Patch coming down the 3rd straightaway. Moonivar, Sam, and Salemi. Bates working this one out. Salemi charging hard out of the last turn. Trying to show a wheel in that last straightaway. The Crazy Leg Sandman. Salmon trying to get things going on, but Salemi going to bring it back to the line. Moonivar looking for the 2. Salmon for the 3. Bates for your 4. Out of Moto 78, 79 Moto. This battle has been good all weekend long. Dynamite Daisy Noyola's got the horsepower going down the 3rd straightaway. She's in charge right now, but Welburn knows how to lay it down. Trying to show her a wheel. Riding smart right there. Dynamite Daisy jammed her up in the last turn just a little bit on the way back through. Going to go Welburn for that 2. Anderson for the 3. Smiley Kylie Shepard will pick up a 4. Cummings for a 5. Dotson for a 6. Moto 79, 80's your Moto. Bates, Wallace, Zermay, Larson, McCain. Way out front. It's all McCain on the top spot. Mayhem coming back through the last turn. Battle Royale with these girls. Banging bars on the way back home. Wallace trying to hang on to that 2 spot. Bates going to ramp it up down the last straightaway. J-Bike, Wallace hangs on for the 2. Bates for the 3. Zermay for the 4. Larson on that 5. Kelly, Hale, Gomalicki, Dune, Cole, Hanson, Baker. Scoops way out front, locking it down again. She's going to bring this one out of that last turn. I think she's trying to sweep the weekend out as well. Hanson on the 2 spot, down the last straightaway. Looking for that 3, going to be the 1 bike. Baker going to get the 3. K in the L. Hale will get a 4. Dune will get a 5. Cole will get a 6. Kelly got a 7. Rodriguez, Kovacs, Ashley, Keener, Crane, Wilson, Baschetti. Crane coming through Moto 82. Diamond Lil, Ashley on the top spot. She heads down the last straightaway. Kovacs will pick up that 2. Back to the line. Wilson for the 3. Gold Cup 2 in the B bike. Crane will get a 4. Keener will get a 5. Our downrider getting back up over here. 15-16 ladies out of the last turn. How about Cheryl? Cheryl out front. She's charging hard down the last straightaway. She'll get this one locked and loaded going to a main event. Cheryl coming back through with the 4 bike of Leach. C bike of Crane getting back up over here. We can make some noise for her. You guys got a little more now. Make some noise for these down ladies. They're getting back up. Marshall's back up over there. She's a Hardesty local. Let's bring her home. Crane's back up. Presley Gould out of that second turn, 3rd straightaway. She's trying to charge hard. White, McMillan, Myers, Stokel, Gould working this one out. 84 is a Moto down the 3rd straightaway. Bring him into the last turn. The Piston out front running the show. How about Smiley Stokel leveling it up on that 2 spot as she comes down the last straight. That's the way it's going to go right there in the Moto 84. 85 is your Moto. Merton, Stokes, Panerio, Soto, Barrett, Elder, Jordan, Goodell. USA Cycling Junior Women's National Champion now. Darren Merton down that 3rd straightaway. Got to be Savannah Stokes on that 2 spot. She heads for down the 3rd straight into that last turn. Panerio picks it up for the 3 on the way back home. Elder slips in for that 4 spot. The battle for the 5 is coming back down the last straightaway. looking for it on the way back home. Say what? Goodell going to get the 5 back to the stripe. Got a Moto 85, 86 is your Moto in and out of the second turn. Too sweet. Aaron Moore down the third straightaway. Reed, Aiken, Farley, McClaskey. Ladies getting locked and loaded down the third straightaway, 31-40. Women coming back around. Last turn action going too sweet on the top spot. Charging hard down the last. Oh, big style from Kyla Reed right there, man. I think she might have just made the style check on that one. I don't know, man. Coming back to the line. Farley get the 3. You know, Pole BMX in the house, ready to go. Yeah, watching your mailboxes when you guys get home, man. That new issue of Pole BMX should be arriving soon. I already got mine. Harwick, Gaylor, Chambers, Mayo down the third straightaway. Gaylor taking it upstairs. Gaylor going for the style check. Coming out of the last turn. She'll bring it back through. Oh, yeah. Lays one down. Coming back to the line. We'll go Harwick on that 2 spot. How about Chambers and Mayo working it out down through that third straight and into that last turn. Gaylor, Harwick, 1-2. 87 was the Moto. Coming back through down the second straightaway. Goebel, O'Brien, Melchert, Barkley, Maresh, and Johnson. Coming down the third straightaway, Maresh on the top spot, running the show with O'Brien on that 2. Looks like the last of the girls' club coming our way as they head down that third straight into that last turn. Spicy Canuck going to go Barkley. Barkley picks it up on the 3 spot. She heads down the last straightaway looking for that Melchert. Melchert on the 4 as they come back around. But it's all Maresh, O'Brien, Barkley, 1, 2, 3. Melchert on the 4, Goebel on the 5. Johnson for your 6. Check. No. We'll get back into the game right now. 6-year-old experts. You guys are just tuning in on Flow Bikes this weekend. Good to have you with us. We've been out here in Tulsa, Oklahoma, Hardesty National Stadium. Yesterday, some exciting racing going on with the USA Cycling National Champions. 6 new sleeves going out, and boy, oh boy, I'll tell you what. If you guys didn't watch yesterday's race, go back and rewatch it because there was some good racing. Hortzman, Brindle, Hansen, Baker, Combs, Hunt. Headed down the first straightaway, looking for the kid Hortzman, trying to get on the outside line. Oh, Wicked Racing Color slips back to a 2 spot. Here we go out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Who's got the horsepower? Hansen looking for a front line run down the 2 straightaway. He's got everybody chasing him down. Hansen driving in and out of that second turn, third straightaway. Beckham. Wisconsin boy out of Appleton coming down the 3 straightaway. Hortzman chasing him down. Combs, Hansen, Brindle, Hortzman, Hunt. Trying to hunt it down the 3rd straightaway. He's on a birthday weekend, just aged up as well. Still in the game as they come back down the last straightaway. Hansen, got to be Hortzman on the 1-2. Hansen, Hortzman, 1-2 down the last straightaway. Looking for that 3 spot. 18 bike of Brindle. Baker going to get the 3. Hunt will get the 4. We lost Brindle on the last straightaway. He's back up. We'll give him some love. Bailey, Guthrie, Nunez, Miller, Salva, Kurth coming down the 3rd straight. Side by side going in that last turn. Oh, he shut the door on Salva on that one out of the last straightaway. Salva going to come right back to him. C-Bike, Easy E. Bailey. SRT colors coming down the last straightaway. How about Bailey, Salva, 1-2. Guthrie, the 11 bike. Nunez. '91's a Moto down the 3rd straightaway. Francis Goodner, Newell, Cunningham, Shepard. Got to be Goodner picking it up on the 2 spot. Out of the last straightaway, 8-year-old experts. 91's the Moto. 2 riders to a main event. Charging through the last straightaway. Back to the stripe. Nag 9. How about Cunningham? Goodner on the 1-2. That's the way it'll go. Out of Moto 91. 92's your Moto. Out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway. Baker, Baxter, Escalona, King, Novenko. 92 the Moto down the 3rd straightaway. King on that top spot. Locking this one into the last turn. Level Up Racing coming for that 2. Going to be Easy E, Escalona, Minnesota boy. Back down the last straightaway. King, Escalona, side by side at the stripe out of Moto 92. 93 Shimoto. Lander, McCollum, Lyle, Sullivan, Wiggins, Brutzman, Kales down the 3 straight. Factory Answer out front. How about Grayson Lander? Lander charging hard down that 3rd straightaway. The Savage, Brutzman, Ameriprise colors. He's got company coming with him into the last turn. Sullivan trying to lay down a little last straight. Back to the stripe. Sullivan trying to make it happen. Didn't quite have enough. Back to the line. Brutzman will get it done with Lander, 1 and 2. Vanderheiden, more Ameriprise colors down the 3 straightaway. Emery riding smart on that 2 spot. Shepard, England, Rourke, and Beal. Charge out of the last turn one more time with Vanderheiden. Emery cranks it up one more time down the last straightaway, and they'll lock it in. Top 2 moving on to that main event. Despopoulos, Turner, Baker, Shirley, Kent, Eubanks. Couple of the fast guys going 1-2 right now. Got to be Despopoulos, Eubanks. They battle it out around here all the time as they come down the 3 straightaway into that last turn. Despopoulos, Eubanks, Kent, Shirley, Baker, Turner. Charging hard right now. Despopoulos been the fastest guy in this group all weekend long. As he comes on back to the stripe, we're going to go Eubanks for the 2. Taylor, Branham, or Brum, Hanson, Peterson, Murray, and Kovacs. Headed out of turn 2 down the long 3 straightaway at Hardesty National Stadium. 13 bike, T-Bone Taylor. Got everybody checked into that last turn, going and back around, looking for that 2 spot. Albie Sinnet, box colors, going to be the Birdman Kovacs. Going to try to fly on smooth down the last straightaway. 13, Gold Cup 3, 1-2. How about Taylor, Kovacs, top spots. Adam Moto 96, Skinner, Evans, Kent, Tremillo, Briggs. The Dominator, Tremillo on the top spot down the 3rd straightaway, looking for that 2 spot. Who's got it locked in? Kent, Evans, Skinner, Briggs, all trying to find a way back home down the last straightaway. Got to be Pake Evans on that Gold Cup number 3 bike down the last straightaway. They'll bring that one right through. Evans, Tremillo. Top 2 out of Moto 97, 98 Shimoto. Combs, Paxman, Johnson, Ladrin. Salazar took it way upstairs down the 3rd straightaway into that last turn. Paxman running the show, got to be the machine. Johnson on that 2 spot. Last straight action, 12 bike of Salazar. Salazar trying to find a way. He says, all right, I have to go to the 2nd round. It's all good. Paxman Johnson, 1-2 out of Moto 98, 99 Shimoto. Deal, Latigue, Guile, Warner, Pope. Killer Kyler Pope on the top spot down the 3rd straightaway. Jack Attack, Latigue, Freaky Fast colors down the 3 straight into the last turn. Pope, Latigue, 1-2, 99 Shimoto. Still coming back around. Gold Cup 3 and the ROC 1 plate will get it done out of Moto 99. 100 your Moto. Coming into turn number 2, Rodas, Wooters, Hughes, Gallegos, and Wells. Got to be the National Leadership number 8 bike on the top spot. Cruising to Racer Gallegos. Velocity colors on the 2, Easton Hughes. Looks like Wooters is back up over there. We'll give him a little love. Last straightaway coming back through. Cruising to Racer. He'll come back to the line, keeping it smooth for the Sharks on the top spot with a 29 bike. Hughes will pick up the 2. One more time for Wooters as he's coming back home. Twelve-year-old experts to a quarter main event. PB&J Burgers downtown. Where's he at? Astra Cup posse out of the first turn down the 2nd straightaway. Angela, White, Knowlton, Brindle, Molitor coming down the 2 straightaway. Burgers out front, keeping it nice and smooth right now as he heads into that 2nd turn. Hardesty local on the top spot, in and out of turn number 2. Burgers coming down the 3rd straightaway. Got to be that 16 bike. Angela picking it up on the 2 spot. Everybody's charging hard on the way back home, looking for a quarter main event. 26 riders in the group. One of the big groups of the day as they come back through the last straight. Back to the line. Burgers, Angela, 1 and 2. Ashford, Strayer, Pomels, Tremble, Thomas. Strayer trying to keep things going into that second turn. Let's see who comes out on top. F-Bike on the front line as he comes on back down to it. Going to go with this one. Tremble, Frank the Tank getting a little loose right there as they come down the third straightaway. Pomels, Thomas on the front line run out of that last turn. He's putting it down now. Thomas keeping charge all the way back through. King Comp Pomels on the 2 spot. National Agent number 20 bike. Out of Moto 102. 103 is your Moto into the second turn. Morgan, Wilson, Rodriguez, Ratchet, and Green. Lost one along the way. He's back up down that third straightaway. Slicing and dicing for the 2 spot. Charging hard in the last turn. Who's going to find a wheel inside? Trying to make it happen right now. There they go. Battling it out down the last straightaway. Rock 1. Morgan trying to get back into the game. Back at us. Wilson gets it done with the 5 bike. Rodriguez comes in for the 2. Out of Moto 103, 104 is your Moto. More 12-year-old experts coming our way. Couple more going to that quarter main event. Merriam, Duncan, Snell, Larson, Goza. Always a good battle with these guys in and out of turn number 2. Larson, Merriam on the 1-2 down the third straightaway. They'll keep things charged up down the line looking for that quarter main event. Factory ripped BMX, the Demon Larson out of the last turn. Minnesota boy coming back through. Cranks it up with Merriam on that 2 spot. Out of Carbondale, Colorado. Back to the line we go. Out of Moto 104, 105 is Moto. Morank, Turner, Harp, Liverow, Noyola. In and out of the second turn. Harp, Noyola, 1-2. Down the third straightaway. Barang making some moves right now. He's trying to put it together. Let's see if he can get Gnarly Charlie in that last turn. Morank trying to put a little sweet tea on it on the way back through. Harp on the front line. Back to the stripe we're going to go. Harp, Morank. Just didn't have enough juice in the tank to do it. Not for lack of effort, that's for sure, as they come out of that last turn. Nelson Hoffman, Wednorf, Guihan, Backer, Linners, Gap, down the third straightaway. Bolchow looking for a top spot. Backer in and out of the last turn. He'll crank this one up all the way back through. How about Wettendorf? Albie Syndic colors on the 2 spot. That's the way to lock down out of Moto 106. 107 from Moto Melchard, Moore, Walker, Tyson, Skinner, Marshall. Skinner out front, charging in now that second turn down the third straightaway. Got to be Tyson kicking things into high gear right there down that 3 straight. Walker having some problems coming uncorked. Everybody else just taking it easy on the way back through. Skinner going to get it rolling back home. Got to go Skinner. Tyson 1-2 out of Moto 107. Second round will be coming up quick, guys. Second round will be coming up quick. Rivera, Sizemore, Hingle, Wells, Laconin. C.J. Rivera, the Alaskan pole, Marshall colors out of that second turn, third straight. 4 bike on the 2 spot of Laconin. Laconin coming back through out of that last turn. Crank this one up out of Moto 108 to a semi-main event. 14-year-old experts. Rivera goes wire to wire. He'll bring this one back through. H-Town local. Bring it back to the stripe. How about the 4 bike? We'll pick up the 2 of Laconin. Sanders, Quimby, Gibbs, Hughes, Dixon. Sanders, the Alto Wrecking Crew. He says, come on, boys. I'll throw you the hook and tow you in. The Speedster, Gibbs, Sisu colors out of Colorado. Slides in for that 2 spot out of Longmont. Back to that last straightaway. It's all Sanders, Gibbs on the 1-2. Back to the line. Tyson, Sirota, Lee, Taylor, and Bowman. Tyson takes a big step up, triple shot into turn number 2. Ameriprise full tilt. Ran the flag lap again today. Picked up a couple of wins. Bowman's all over the place doing some shopping. Here we go. Last turn, last straightaway. Bowman puts the hard swoop on that one, coming back to the stripe. That's the way it goes right there. Couldn't ask for a better move on that one. Nelson in and out of the second turn, third straightaway. Let's see if he can put something together. 15X down the 3 straightaway. Got to be Bertoli out front. Bertoli, Nelson working this one out. Corella Brown on the 3 spot. Ramp these guys up one more time on the way back through. Bertoli, Nelson, top 2 coming back around the last straightaway. Brown picks it up on that 3 spot, back to the stripe. Struck going to get the 3. Brown says, I'll go for the 4. Out of Moto 111, 112's your Moto. Holes are Perkins, Gunny, Gaylor, Gomalicki, Keener. Out of turn number 1, down the second straight. Got things locked in. Got to be Perkins, Gomalicki. Top spots, Holzer. In and out of that second turn, third straightaway. 2 riders moving on to that semi-main event. Holes are charging hard right now. Wants to get a piece of Dr. J. Perkins. It's all Supercross. Boys going 1-2 out of that last turn. Coming down the last straightaway. Still got this one wrapped up with Go Malicki on the front line. Back to the stripe. Go Malicki, Perkins get it done. 1-2 out of Moto 112. Give Mark Go Malicki a little shout out. He might be tuned in back at home. Charlton, Stokel, Esposito, Kennedy, Sorensen. Down through that third straight. Keeping things locked in. Easy E, Esposito. Coming back through. Junior men's USA Cycling National Champ. Got the title yesterday. Outstanding lap from Esposito, that's for sure. Sorensen picking up on that 2 spot as they come back through. Reeder, Deach, Whitmore, Beebe, Mitchell. In and out on the second turn, third straightaway. Factory Redmond, all Reeder down the 3 straight, keeping things locked in. Beebe looking for that 2 spot. Out of the last turn, last straight, we're going to go. Little D Reeder, not so little D anymore, coming back out as Factory Redmond back to the stripe. Reeder with a little bit of authority on a Sunday morning. Back to the line with Beebe on the 2 spot. Second round will be coming up quick. Johnson, Drowinick, Tolfrey, Santos, O'Neill, McLeod. Through that last turn, coming back home. Got to be in the top spot. O'Neill, Daylight Cycles. How about Santos? Picks it up for the 2. Out of Moto 115, 116's your Moto. U23 national champion out front right now. Ethan Popovich, Jones, Lamar, Gunn, Knobs. Last straight action coming back through. Popovich get this one wrapped up on a Sunday Fun Day, moving into that quarter main event. 1720s. Got to be Colby Gunn. Drives it back for a 2 out of Moto 116. 117's your Moto. Into the second turn, third straightaway. Loy down the 3 straight. Loy Hoyam. 1 and 2. A lot of these guys yesterday running that U23 class as well. Hoyam and Loy back through that last turn. McDonald on the 3 spot. He was another one of those guys in the mix all day yesterday for the cycling championships. Roll this one back through in and out of the last second turn, third straightaway. Cashton Binge running top spot. Got company coming. Maben, Carrioso, Davis, Madden into that last turn, trying to make it happen. Coming back through, it's all Cashton Binge. Binge on the top spot. He'll drive it back through the last straightaway. Binge back to the line. Maben for the 2. Give Corey Binge a little shout out. He might be tuned in on a Sunday Fun Day out in Colorado. Second round coming up quick. Stage it up. Wirtz, Hoffman, Backer, Brown. Blake down through the third straightaway. Big Matt Wirtz out front. Keep things in check right now. Downtown Deegan Brown. A couple of these guys running the USA Cycling National Champs yesterday as well. That U23 sleeve. McCauley, Duran, Moyer. Somebody slept in on a Sunday Fun Day as we bring this one back through. Into that last turn, we're going to go. McCauley on the top spot. How about the 60 bike? Moy going to get the 2. What happened? Did you cruise Duran? You sleep in? Would you go home? What happened, bro? Stayed out too late? Out of the last turn, now he's 21. He might have stayed out too late. You never know. Pedro Hita, Medeiros, Martin, Hilbrich. The first turn down the second straight. The long hair. Hilbrich out front running the show. He'll drive this one into that second turn, coming back around. Colt Race Crew bringing it back through that third straightaway. Keeping things locked down right now. Martin's on that 2 spot. Medeiros back on the 3. Pedro Hita on the 4 as they head forward into that last turn. Could get a little dicey on the way. Oh, Medeiros got a little jammed up right there. He tried to swing the high-low. Martin's kept him in check down the last straight. Looks like that's the way to go with the boys right there. Hilbrich gets that top spot. Out of 121, 122. Swerkel, Brindle, Meade, Randall, Contreras. Contreras been on a rampage all weekend long. I think he's trying to pick up the full sixer. The full sixer for the weekend for Contreras if he can get it done today. As we come out of the last turn, we're going to go Contreras, Swerkel. 1-2 down the last straight. Looks like that's the way these guys will keep it in check on the way back through. 10 bike, Brindle slips in for the 3, Meade for the 4, Randall for the 5. Flying high now. Howard, Gunner, Snell, Gresham, Jallins in and out of that second turn. Gresham, where you been all weekend, Gresham? We haven't seen you out. I haven't seen you out here, man. Coming back down the 3 straightaway. Getting it going. Probably had to work. Coming back at us. Howard, Gunner, Snell, Jallins. Jallins working on that 2 spot. Coming down the last straightaway. Got a little pull on him. Ooh, did he hang on to it? Lean, mean, Landine, they made you wake up early on a Sunday. You got to run all 3 rounds, bro. Coming into that last turn, Landine. Oh, Randall got jammed up right there. Oh, man. Cranfield, Clan, and Randall Smith and Baschetti coming back through. Baschetti slammed the brakes and shut the door on Randolph right there. He's like, yeah, he did. Absolutely, bro. Smith, Randolph will get the 3. Smith will get the 4. It was the Rock one that got it on that last one. Zach Jallens, and then Gresham will get the 2. Keeping things locked down on the last straightaway. Coming back to Strelay, Cordova, McCauley, Vergara, O'Brien. Strelay on the top spot, and he'll bring this one back home. Mr. O'Brien on the 2, McCauley on the 3. Come over Vergara for the 4, Cordova. Come back 1 to 5. Second round starting to stage up right now, guys. Second round staging up right now. Smart, Branham, Edwards, Navratil. Commander Cody Smart on the top spot. He's running the show right now as he heads in and out of that last turn. Branham going to try to crank it up a little bit on the way back through. Let's see what he's got for him. Commander Cody out front. And let's see what goes on for that last spot. Navratil coming back through. He's going to try to hold on for a 3. Back to the stripe we go. And Edwards will get the 4. That's the way it goes down. Second round coming up.
Here we go, second round, getting them staged up. Welcome back on Flow TV. It is round 2, getting ready to kick off the 14 and over Pro-Am Open. In the gate, we got Sean McClaskey, Christopher Carriazo, Drew Polk, and Rowdy Holzer. Carriazo? He's whatever I say. Nothing. Yeah. Second round, 14 and over, Pro-Am down the first straight. Polk with the quick pop out of the gate. He had the low points in round 1 as he leads them in and out of the first turn down the second straight. Holzer sitting on that 2. Bringing it back, it is total points for the Pro-Am as they head towards the second turn. But it's all Polk right now. They're side by side behind him trying to fight for the second, third spot. Oh, going around on the underside, the 49 bike. McClaskey trying to find himself in there for some low points down through that third straight. The whole pack chasing Polk down. But Polk's checked out of this one, out of that last turn down the 4th straight. Polk's going to carry low points going into the second round as he brings it back across strike. Drew Polk with the 1. The 11 bike trying to get in there. The 11-14 coming back across. McClaskey on the 4 out of Moto 1. That was the Pro-Am Open. 6 and under. Mixed open down the first straight. More total points. Lincoln Reeves, Ellis Clark, Nixon Abbott, and the Diva, Adeline Lyle, as the Young Guns bring them down the second straight. See who's leading them up front on the top spot. This one is total points. And it looks like that's the 99. I think that's Abbott out of Texas up front. League City coming around, trying to get another ace locked in as he comes down through the rhythm section. It is the 99 on the top spot, bringing him back through the third straight. Right behind him, the H-bike sitting on the 2. Ellis Clark out of Allen, Texas. And the 51 on the 4, that's Reeves, running the same order as they were in the first round as they try to work this one out. One turn to go before they head down that 4th straightaway. But it's all Nixon Abbott. Looks like he's going to take a clean slate into the main event. 2 points for him. Low points coming out of the second round, coming back across. Nixon with the 1. See who gets that 2 as they head back towards the white stripe. Looks like Ellis Clark trying to hang over the 2. He's got him coming on the outside. Going to go the H, the Nag 8, and the 51 out of Moto 2. Moto 3, more open riders. 6 riders in this one. Total points out of the 7-8 mixed open. Penny Reeves, Effie Wesley, Grayson Pruitt, Alaska Shepherd, Holden Clark, and Duke Elwell down the last straight. Pruitt had the win in the first round, but looks like we're going to mix this one up here in round 2. The 494 on the outside, the 3 and the 117. That's Shepherd on the 2, Pruitt on the 3. Out of Moto 3, Moto 4. Total points 9-10 mixed open. Jeffrey Tillman, Tatum Welburn, Bradley Cheatham, Daisy Nola, Riker Netherton, Cam Lee, and Briella Salome out of the last turn down the 4 straight. Tatum, the wild one. Welburn up front out of Olate, the Kansas. Freaky Fast Racing, bringing it back in my direction. Welburn going to get the top spot, followed by the 2 bike. Dynamite, Daisy Nola, and the World 3 coming across. Briella Salome running 1, 2, and 3 out of that 9-10 mixed open class. 11-12 mixed open. Moto 5, Scarlett Zerme, Bodie Elwell, Riley Bates, and Ireland Kelly. The Gold Cup 1, the gold champ on the top spot, followed by the 2 bike. Going to be Kelly and Bates running 1 and 2. Zerme sitting on that 3 spot, or on the 3. Bates on the 3 out of the third turn, 4 straight. Gold Cup champ out of St. Peters, Missouri. Going to get low points out of this one with the top spot. The 2 bike, Bates on the 2. Still fighting for that 3 and the 4. Everything matters side by side, coming to the stripe. Looks like Zerme got in there for the 3. Zerme going to get that 3 out of Moto 5. Moto 6, 13-14 open. Dunn, Wilson, Srek, Keener, Mead, and Hart towards the last turn. Back out of turn 3 down the 4 straight. Hart sitting on the top spot. Wilson won the first round, but it's Hart coming down the 4 straight up front in the lead. Back at me, the 26 going to get the top spot with the 1, the Nag 12, and the B bike coming across 1, 2, and 3. Going to be Hart, Wilson, and Keener, the top 3 spots. 15-16 mixed open. 3 riders in this one. Amber Harrison, Cody Goff, and Bella White. The Nag 3 Harrison sitting, or Nag 3 Gold Cup 3 on the 3. Goff leading him out of the last turn down the final straight. Out of White Cloud, Kansas, coming back in my direction. Gold Cup 2. Cody Goff going to get the 2. And the G sitting on that 2 spot right now as long as it hangs on to it. Harrison's coming down the last straight, but the G going to get the 2. Harrison on the 3. Out of Moto 7. Moto 8, 7-8 open. Ezra Bailey, Finn Newell, Lucas Francis, Joaquin Nunez, Austin Miller, and Asher King. Looks like LSG colors going in and out of the turn. Down the 4 straight. Asher King on the top spot up front. Coming back to Rock 1, getting it done in the lead. Trying to get low points out of this one. Coming back across the 4 bike. Lucas Francis sitting on the 2 and the Gold Cup 2. Newell running 1, 2, and 3. Out of Moto 8. Moto 9 down the 3 straight into the rhythm section. 9-10 open. Asher England, Michael Brum, Tremillo, Kent, Shepard, Briggs, and Lander. More LSG in the lead coming out of the last turn. Got to be Dominic Tremillo leading him down the 4 straightaway. He's on the top spot coming back. Got action on the outside. The Nag 16 coming across. Lander sitting 1 and 2 in the 7 bike on the 3 of Briggs. Same order as the first round in the second round. 11-12 open. 9 riders in this one. This is a combined round. Looking for Turner, Wilson, Kiefer, Wells, Ratchin, and Duncan. Should have 5 riders. 4 moving on as they come out of that last turn down the 4 straight. Bringing them back towards the scores table up front on the top spot. It is the 3 bike coming across. Got to be Wilson up front, followed by the 8, 9, and 42. Of Duncan coming across out of Moto 10. Moto 11. 13-14 open. This one's total points. Colton Hingle, Colin Hughes, Michael Hoffman, and Maddox Wells. Looks like we're missing a rider. This one should have 4. 3 riders on the track down the last straight. Missed Wells out of the first and second round. Coming back, it is the Nag 5 on top. Hoffman going to get the 1. The 4 bike of Hughes and Hingle 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 12. Moto 13. 15-16 open. Total points. Braden Beebs, Parker Whitmore, Rowe, Keener, and Gaylor out of the last turn down the final straight, bringing them back at me up front. Ozzie Rowe up front. He's going to get the 1, taking low points in the second round, followed by the 18 and the 13 of Whitmore and Gaylor going 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 13. Moto 14, 17-20 open. Dronick, Madden, Blake, and Carasso towards the turn, coming back around on 2 wheels, leading the pack out of the last turn down the 4 straight. Got to be Sugar Sean Madden out of Independence, Missouri on 2 wheels. The F bike with the second win on the day for him, followed by the A, Dronick on the 2 and the 7. Going to get that 3, followed by the 4 bike of Christopher on the 4 out of Moto 14. Moto 15 on the track, 8 and under girls cruiser class. More total points racing for Lil MJ Holiday, Lightning McLaughlin, and Sunshine Walgreen. But the Nag 9, all Lil MJ Holiday in the lead down through the third straight, followed by the 4 and the 2. Second verse, just like the first for your 8 and under girls cruiser class, as they had single file in and out of turn 3 down the 4 straight. Holiday out of Red Oak, Texas, going for the second win on her. She's going to take low points into the main event out of Moto 15 as she heads across the stripe, followed by McLaughlin and Walgren, Moto 15. Moto 16 on the track, 9-10 girl cruiser, 4 riders in this one down the 3 straight. Looking for Bayhead Quads, Dotson, Smiley, Kylie Shepard, the Bull, Anderson, and Crazy Leg Sandman. But it's all Smiley, Kylie Shepard in the lead out of Overland Park, Kansas. Freaky fast, getting it done on the top spot. Oh, we had one slide out in the turn. Coming around, Quads, Dotson capitalizes into the 2 spot. Coming back towards the stripe, Smiley, Kylie going to get the 1. Quads, Dotson out of Topeka, Kansas. She's going to get that 2 spot. In the 26 bike on the 3. Anderson drops back into that 4. That's going to scramble up points all over the place out of Moto 16. Moto 17, 11 to 12 girl cruiser class into the turn. 3 wide into this one, bringing back Crystal, the Pistol Wallace, the Assassinator, Nevaeh Larson, and Mayhem McCain down the last straight. It looks like the 10 bike and the 2 bike side by side. Is the Pistol going to get it? Pistol fires one off at the end. Wallace with the top spot out of Moto 17. Moto 18 on the track, coming out of the first turn, down the second straight. 13-14 girl cruiser, Brooke and Hale, Madison Mead, Sox, Crazy Girl, Camden Cole, the Thumper, Bentley Surratt, and Clifton, Kate Henson. Coming out of the second turn, rhythm section up next. The Gold Cup 3 bike on the top side, got to be Hale sitting on the top spot, followed by the 1 bike. Hale and Hanson running 1 and 2. This is going to swap them up in points as they come out of the last turn if they keep the rubber side down the 4 straight. But it looks like that Gold Cup bike's going to bring him back in my direction. Hale out of Pearland, Texas on the Gold Cup 3. She's going to get the 1. The 1 bike, Hanson going to get the 2. And Crazy Girl on the 3 as they finish out Moto 18. Moto 19 down through the third straight they go. 15-16 girl cruiser class. Jocelyn Wright, El Boogie, Layla Marshall, Smiley Stokel, and McKenna Luptak. Down the last straight, Stokel, St. Cloud, Minnesota, Level Up Racing. The 61 coming back. She's got low points. They're side-by-side battle over the 2. Oh, side-by-side between Wright and Luptak out of that one. And Marshall out of Moto 19. Moto 20, 31-35 cruiser class. Sid Aiken, Leah Adwell, Dram Foster, and Lauren Holiday. Looks like Too Sweet is on the top spot. Come back Aaron Jones out of Owasso, Oklahoma, trying to get another win on the day for her. She comes down that 4 straight, and it is going to be Too Sweet. Aaron Jones coming across, followed by the National 88, sitting on that 2, the Gold Cup 3, and the 99 coming across at a Moto 20, 31-35 women cruiser. 41-45 women cruiser. Total point racing, Heather Lattimore, Jamie Harwick, Christina Gaylor, and Amherst Harrison. Gaylor up front on the top spot. She had the win in the first round. Harwick sitting in the 3. Harrison on the 4. Got to be Latimer sitting on that 2. Coming 1, 2, and 3 out of the last turn. Gaylor gets a little air over the table. She brings them back across the strike. Dale City, Oklahoma going to get the win out of the second round, followed by the 57 and the 10. Latimer, Harwick, and Harrison. Moto 21. Moto 22, 46-50 women cruiser. Total points for this group. Heather Hunt, Christina Shirley, and Vanessa Mayo. Nag 7 on the top spot. Hunt coming on by. The 1 bike, Christina Shirley sitting on the 2. Mayo on the 3. Second round just like the first, keeping things status quo out of your women cruiser class as they come out of that last turn down the 4 straight. But it looks like it's all Star Hunt, Landstar crew out of Glenpool, Oklahoma. She's got low points out of Moto 22. Moto 23, 51-55 women cruiser. Teresa Goebel, Tracy O'Brien, Tracy Stafford, Spicy Canuck, Kenna Barkley, and Ingrid Melkert. National 50 and Nag 8 on the top 2 spots as they sit side by side going up over the table into the turn. Is Kenna going to have room to make a pass? Kenna had the win in the first round. What's she going to get done here in the second round? It's Tracy O'Brien coming back at me, the National 50 out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. She's got the 1, Kenna the 2. That ties them up 3 points apiece out of your 51-55 women cruiser class going to the main event. Melker out of Texas, she's going to get the 3. And the other 2 coming back, looks like Goebel is going to get that 4, and Stafford the 5. Moto 23. Moto 24 is on the track, 56 and over women cruiser. Janet Baker, the Wildflower Kyle, Body Armor Maresh, Miss Kitty, and Lynn Schroeder. Got to be Maresh coming out down the last straight. She had the win in the first round. Maresh going to get it done here again. The Nag 1 coming across, followed by the Nag 10. Baker sitting on the 2, 1 and 2 for them. The Nag 7 ride coming across. Schroeder on the 3. Same order as first round for these ladies, followed by the 4 in the 4. And Miss Kitty getting it done out of that last turn, bringing them down the 4 straight in the women cruisers. 7 and under cruiser. Total points for this crew. Jake Kurth, Odin Guthrie, the birthday boy, Lachlan Hunt, and double trouble, Pete Caruth. Down out of that second turn, rhythm section up next. The 40 bike on the top spot, Odin Caruth, Houston, Texas, running the show right now, followed by the 41 of Hunt. That's going to give them 3 points apiece if they can keep it going, but it looks like Hunt's trying to move up a little bit. He's gaining a little ground, headed towards the last turn. Down the 4 straight, Guthrie trying to hang on to it. He's coming back, going to get the 1 out of this one. If he can hang on, the 41 coming for him, but going to run out of the track. Going to go the 40 and the 41. Guthrie and Hunt, 1 and 2. They're tied at 3 points apiece, followed by the 7 bike of Cruth, sitting on the 3 and the 4 bike, finishing it out. Points all over the board out of Moto 25. Moto 26, 8-year-old cruiser, Sheepdog, Weston Shepherd, Asher King, Hero, the Kid of Darkness, Baxter, Danger Man, Arlo Baker, and Easy E, Jordan Escolina. Out of the second turn, third straight, Rock 1 on the top spot. Asher King coming down the 3 straight, followed by the 4 bike. As they head side by side, looks like the 4 bike's making some move on the outside. Does he have room headed towards the turn? King going to hold him off coming out of the last turn. Down the final straight, it's total points race, and everyone matters as they head back in my direction. But it looks like the Rock 1's going to hang on and get it, followed by the 4, Escolina, running 1 and 2. The 10 coming across in the 3. King of Darkness, Baxter, out of your 8-year-old cruiser class. 9-year-old cruisers. Total points, Cowles, Wiggins, Rourke, Vanderheiden, Sullivan, Lyle, Emery, and Netherton. In and out of the last turn, we've got a whole group, 8 riders. Total points down the 4 straight, but it's the Nag 8 on the top spot. Nag 5 up front. Got to be Vanderheiden getting the 1, followed by the 2 of Sullivan, running 1 and 2 out of Moto 27. Moto 28. 10-year-old cruisers. Got a transfer round. Roach, actually a combined round. Roach, Deegan, Shirley, Turner, and Johnson. 5 riders, 4 looking to go to the main event out of your 10-year-old cruiser class. Moto 28, 29 combined as the Gold Cup bike comes back at me. Gold Cup 1 up front. Wheelie Wade Shirley, he's got the transfer. The Gold Cup 3 moving on. The 3 and the 1 all transferring out out of Moto 28, 29. That was the 10-year-old cruiser class. Moto 30, 11-year-old cruisers, Rodas, Lickling, Paxman, Johnson, Landron, and Gallegos. 6 of them coming down the last straight. Johnson with the win in the first round. The National 42, Johnson going to get the 2. National 42, Paxman on the 1, 1 and 2. Paxman and Johnson out of your 11-year-old cruisers. 12-year-old cruisers taking 2 out of this one. Moto 31, Turner, Nolting, Trimmel, and Gosa headed towards the last turn. 4 riders on the rack, 2 trying to extend their day a little bit longer, going straight to the main event as the 12 cruisers come back down the last straight. And it looks like Trimmel, the 3 bike on the top spot. Frank Trimmel moving on, followed by the 11 bike. Gosa moving on out of Moto 31. Moto 32, White, Strayer, Libero, and Kiefer coming down the third straight. 13 and the 1 side by side. Got to be Strayer and White sitting towards the last turn, trying to hang on to it, keeping the rubber side down the 4 straight. 2 of them trying to transfer as they go to the main event. Lost a rider down the second straight, but it's going to be the 1 bike and the 13, Sebastian White and Strayer. Moving on out of Moto 32. Moto 33, 13-year-old cruisers. Total points, Melker, Theisen, Hill, Wettendorf, Johnson, and Gap. Got to be Theisen coming out of the last turn. Jacob Theisen, Enterprise Racing. Down the last straight, the National 17 bike. He's got the win locked in, dialed in on the day, followed by the 9 bike. Going to get the 2 and the 2 bike. Running 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 33, the 13-year-old cruiser class. Moto 34, we got a combined Moto in the 14 cruiser class. Quimby, Hughes, Gibbs, Greaves, and Sizemore out of the last turn. 5 riders, 4 of them looking to go straight to that 14 cruiser main eventer. They come across the stripe. Braden Gibbs, Gold Cup 3 on the top spot, followed by the 2 coming across. All of them moving on. Quimby, Gibbs, Grieve, and Sizemore transfer into that 14 cruiser main event. Moto 36, 16-year-old cruisers. This one's total points for the 6 riders down the 2 straightaway. Owen McMillan, Max Gunning, Jack Miller, Jacob Sorensen, Owen Nickham, and Earl Stokel. Down through the rhythm section, 3rd straightaway. Coming up next, The Nag 4, Jacob Sorensen on the top spot, followed by the F bike. Gunning sitting 1 and 2. Stokel on the 3, headed out of that last turn. Coming back at me towards the white stripe, but it's all the Nag 4 bike out of Casper, Wyoming, Velocity Racing. Nag 4, Sorensen going to get the win, followed by the F and the 1, Gunning. And Stokel, top 3 out of that 16 Cruiser crew. 17-20 Cruiser coming down the third straight, looking for Mayborn, Jones, Davis, Coons, and Harwick. Nag 10 on the top spot. He's in control for Premier National Racing out of Kentucky. He's going for the second win on the day. He's taking low points into the main event. Ian Davis with the lead. The National 5 and the 4 got to be Mayborn. And Harwick running 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 37. Moto 38. 21-30 Cruiser, Aaron Allensorn, Ian McCauley, and Tyler Schutz. It's all Allensorn on the top spot. He's bringing them back out of Hawaii down the last straight. Flying all the way over just to race with us today. The G-Bike on the top spot. Allensorn followed by the Gold Cup 1. And a little seat grab, putting it down for Schutz, running 1, 2, and 3. Out of Moto 38. Moto 39 on the track. 36-40 Cruisers, Ryan Swerkall, Gilbert Contreras, and Mike Larson. Going to be Contreras out of the third turn, 4 straight. Going for the win, second win on the day for him. Contreras taking low points into the main event for those boys. The 6-16, Swerkall and Larson, 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 39. Moto 40, 41-45 Cruisers, Brandon Wakefield, Jody Watson, Chris Carriasso, and Zach Allens. Up front, looks like we're missing Watson out of this one. 3 of them in that Cruiser class coming out of the turn down the last. Zach had the win in the first one. Is he going to get it here again? The Gold Cup champ coming across. Zach with the 1, the Nag 6 on the 2 of Carriasso, and the 6-30 throwing a little manual down. 1, 2, and 3. Second verse, just like the first, out of Moto 40. Moto 41, 46-50 Cruiser, total points. Chad Street, Brian Randolph, and Christopher Hansen. Down the final straight, looks like the 4 bike throwing the manuals down. Chad Street going to get the 1, followed by the 1. Randolph on that 2 spot, and Hansen on the 3 out of Moto 41. That was the 46-50 Cruiser class. 51-55 Cruiser. We got a combined moto on the track. 5 riders, 4 of them looking to go to the main event. The Beast, McCauley, Vergara, Shirley, Johnson, and Kuhlman out of the turn down the last straight on the top spot. The 164, Kuhlman, he's moving on as he comes on by, followed by the 4 and the 1 and one of the 5s. 2 5 bikes in that one. Out of Moto 42. Moto 43 down the third straight. 56-60 Cruiser, Frank Branham, Scott Pennington, and the Commander, Cody Smart. And out of the turn down the 4 straight. Smart with the win out of the first one out of Friendswood, Texas. Looks like he's coming back down. He's going to get the win out of the second round. Smart with low points going into the main event, followed by the 2 bike and the 3 bike. Keeping things status quo out of Moto 44, 56-60 Cruiser. 61-65 Cruiser, Moto 45, Chris Sondrup, Drew Jameson, old school, Scott Sloan, Bonsai Fields, and the old man, Stripe. But it's all old school. The Stager in the lead down the last straight, old school. Out of San Antonio, Texas. He's going to get the top spot. School with the 1, the Gold Cup 2. Jameson sitting on that 2 spot, followed by the 17, Chris Sondrup on the 3, 1, 2, and 3. Out of Moto 41, 29 coming on by. He's going to get the 4 Stripe. And the 12 ride Fields on the 5, Moto 45. Moto 46, 5 and under Novice. Here come the little tykes on the big bikes. Asher Wilkins, Cliff Hendrick, Cora Spears, and Nehemiah Hunt down through the third straight. Looks like that was Cliff in the lead. They're battling side by side. Look at them go, the little tykes. It's Asher trying to hold on that 2. Down the third. Oh, he gets a tire caught up. He bangs his front tire, loses a little bit. He goes down, coming back around out of the last turn. He's back up. Give him a hand. 4 years young out there. We got a 3-year-old on the track, 4-year-old, a couple 5-year-olds down the last straight, but it's the 211 Cliff out of Austin, Texas. Cliff Hillbridge with the 1. Asher trying to hang on to that 2. Here comes little Asher Wilkins. 4 years young, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, looking for mom and dad in the stands as he comes across the stripe. The 24, Spears, finds himself in that 3 spot, and Hunt on the 4 out of Moto 46. Moto 47, 6 novices, Noah Kung, Tegan, Bullman, Zook, and Baker. 4 riders in this one. The Gold Cup 2 going to get the 1, followed by the 222. Zook, Baker, they're tied 3 points apiece. Going into that 6 Navi total point main event out of Moto 47 as the 377 Bullman on that 3 coming across. Finishing things out. And Cone on the 4 out of Moto 47. Moto 48, 7 novices down the 2 straight. Corbin Stanley, Bentley Koch, Rosa Diaz, and Kennedy Abbott. 4 riders on the track. Rhythm section up next for them. The 329 up front. Koch out of El Dorado, Kansas in the lead, followed by the 251 it looked like. The 111 sitting on that 3 spot, but it's all Koch on the top spot. They're all trying to reel him in, coming for his lunch money. 243 Diaz sitting on that 4 spot. In and out of the final turn down the 4 straight, bringing things back on a Sunday fun day in the 7 novice class. But it looks like 329 ride, Bentley Koch, CC Bike Company, going to get the lead. The 250, 25 and the 111. Going to go 1, 2, and 3. That was Abbott on the 2. At Moto 48. Moto 49, 9 novice. More total point racing. Bruner, LeMay, Devane, Kirby, Ball, Deal, and Duvel. Out of the turn down the last straight. See who's up front in the lead coming back at me. The 967. Got to be Bruner running the show right now. The 28 coming across in the 2. And the 5 ride of Duvel. Running 1, 2, and 3. Followed by the 165. Kelton Ball. On the 4 out of Moto 49. Moto 50 motos out of the second round. 11 novices coming through that 3rd straight. Haley Yang, Nia Johnson, Aaliyah Hicks, Rylan Malone, and Jaden Porritt. Gold Cup champ Rylan Malone out of Leonard, Oklahoma. Followed by Aaliyah Hicks on the 2. Nia Johnson on the 3. Yang on the 4. Porritt on the 5 as they bring things out of that last turn. Malone had the win in the first round. He's trying to get the win here in round 2, taking low points into your 11 Navi main event. As Malone toes the line back across the strike. But to get Malone, Aaliyah Hicks, and Johnson, 1, 2, and 3, followed by Yang and Porritt out of Moto 50. Moto 51, 13 novices, total points. Vincent Thompson, Amy Johnson, Benjamin Tenpenny, Hunter Kirby, Max Bruner, and Austin McGinnis. And it looks like we got Sandite BMX down the last straight. The 150-73, Tenpenny in the lead. Tenpenny with the 1. Johnson and Pruner going to go 1, 2, and 3 as they head across, followed by the CC bike and the 141 of Thompson out of Moto 51. Moto 52 is in the gate. 15 novices, total points, 3 riders. Coming down the first straight, Charlie Curl, Zachary Farrell, and Gage Buchanan. Sandite BMX in the lead. Down the 1 straight, got to be Buchanan out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma. On the top spot, coming out of the first turn. He's got the whole shot locked in as he leads the pack down the 2nd straight. Happy Mother's Day to everyone out there bringing your kids to race or watching on Flow TV. We appreciate you spending the day with us at Hardesty National BMX Stadium on a Sunday fun day down through the 3rd straight. All Buchanan on the top spot, the 114 coming on by, followed by the 88 at Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Zach Farrow and Charlie Curl, the 123 bike. Second verse, just like the first for this crew. Points are even across the board as Moto 52 comes across the stripe. But it's all Gage Buchanan, second win as he leads the pack down the last straight. Moto 53, 17-20 novice. 3 riders in this one. Looking for Philip Bruner, Tanner Lanning, and Daryl Ekins. 1, 2, and 3. And that's the order in and out of the last turn. It is Buhner on the top spot, the 966 out of Oklahoma City. Oh, you got a little style over the table down the last straight as Buhner comes across. He's got low points going to the main event. The 49, Tanner Lanning, going to get the 2. And Darren Elkins, and I think her 3rd or 4th ever race coming down the last straight. Elkins sitting on that 3 spot out of your 17-20 novice class. Moto 54, 36-40 novice. Cheatham, Wilkins, Bailey, and Harrison. Looks like it's Cheatham on the outside. Cheatham bringing around. He's going to get low points. Harrison coming in hot. She's going to get the 2 spot, running 1 and 2, followed by the 275. Wilkins on the 3. Bailey on the 4 out of Moto 54. Moto 55, 46-50 novice. John, the Skater Boy Eilers. Macklin, Michael Nelson, Arturo Rodriguez, and Desmond Pickert. Coming out of the turn down the last straight. The 415 going to get the 1. Followed by the 75, Pecker on the 2. Nelson on the 3. Macklin and Eilers rounding out Moto 55. Moto 56 on the track, looking for the 5 and under intermediates. We got a battle brewing down the 3rd straight. They are side by side. It is a combined Moto, 5 riders, 4 looking to go to the next round. Humphrey, Reeves, Guthrie, Trent, and Foshi coming out of the turn down the 4 straight. Who's coming across the white stripe in that 5 and under intermediate as they bring things back in my direction? The 123, Austin Trent, he's got the win, followed by the 84, Foshi, the 45, and the 69. Moving on at a Moto 56, 57 combined. Moto 58. 2 riders moving on to this one. 8 intermediate. Wilkins, Trent, Bosfer, and Kurth. The 19 on the top spot. Talon Trent moving on, and the 7 bike of Kurth transferring on out of Moto 58. Moto 59, more 8-year-old intermediates as they head down the 3rd straight. Walker Mylon, Brody Bonine, and the Duke of Doom, Duke Elwell, headed into the last turn. Looks like Mylon's on the inside. Mylon fighting for that last transfer as they head out of turn 3 down the 4th straight, bringing them back at me. Who is it on the top spot? The 200 bike, Brody Bonine. He's going to get the top spot, and the 88, the 2nd transfer. Walker Mylon moving on to that 8 intermediate main event. Moto 60, 9-year-old intermediates down the 3rd straight. The wild card, Weicker Netherton, Skylar Stinson, Kale Class, and Keelik Casker. Got to be the wild card coming out of the last turn. Yukon, Oklahoma for Dark Horse Racing. He's bringing him back towards the stripe, followed by Kale Class on the 177. Skylar Stinson on the 3 at a Moto 60. Moto 61, 10-year-old intermediate. We got a combined moto locked in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like a boat ride. I just see 4 riders coming out of this one. 4 moving on out of your 10 intermediate classes. They head down the last straight. Crane in the lead. You're missing a number plate, Crane. You got to get that fixed, buddy. Crane missing a number plate on the top spot, followed by the 100, the 59, and the 44. The 100, the 59, and the 44. Moving on out of Moto 62. Moto 63, 11 intermediates. This one's total points. Hadley Fowler, Brooklyn Walkie, Luke Ridlon, Elwell, and Poison Ivy Cole down the last straight. Is that Ridlon on the top spot? It is. Out of Sand Springs. He's going to get the 1, followed by the 23. Elwell sitting 1 and 2. Got a battle for that 3 spot. I think the 35 is going to hang on. 35 ride gets the 3. Poison Ivy Cole out of Moto 63. Moto 64, 12 intermediates. Jack the Firecracker Burden, Serenity Moody, and the A-Bomb, Ariel Setzer. Total points for these 3 coming down the last straight. Looks like Setzer is going to get the 1. The Firecracker going to get the 2. They are tied at 3 points apiece going into that 12 intermediate heads-up battle. Moto 64. Moto 65, 13-year-old intermediates. 5 riders down the 3rd straight. 4 looking to go to that 13 intermediate main event. McDonald, Hill, Cook, Graff, and Kuntz coming out of the last turn down the 4th straight to 71 on the top spot. Cook's moving on. Going to get the win out of the 2nd round, followed by the 29 and the 28 and the 14. 29 was that a coming back the 11 out. Whoa! That was a little close out of Moto 66. 67, 14 intermediates. 8 riders total points coming back. It looks like the 26 on the outside. Fly Guy Logan Hart with 2 wins on the day for him. He's got the 1. Now back, get some riders checked on out of Moto 67 is Moto 68 coming in hot down the 3rd straight. 15 intermediate. Solomon Young, Owen Nickham, Anderson Kaysen, Caden Kohler, Tavin Comstock, and Ethan Smith coming out down the last straight on the outside. 37 is going to get the top spot locked in. Kohler going to get the 1, followed by the Gold Cup 1 and the 142. Running 1, 2, and 3. That's going to be points all over the board out of Moto 68 as we get that one fixed out. The 142 bike back up on his feet. I have a 142 on my sheet. That's Xavier Harris. Good job, Xavier. He's going to ride it out as he heads back down through the 3rd straight. Don't forget, Racewear's up there behind stage. And make sure you get your event shirts before he closes down for the day. Go up there and buy your mom something. She deserves a nice T-shirt for Mother's Day before you guys heads out on 2 wheels, full tilt out in the parking lot. If you need to get those bikes dialed in before the main event, make sure you check out the vendors. Tell them thanks for being here. All of them up in staging before you go home for the day. Moto 69, 17, 20 intermediates making their way down the 1st straight, headed to that 1st turn, looking for Cody Goff, Hoyt Hamilton, Lucas Pickard, Kai Young, and Brody Volsky. Who is it on the top spot? I think that was a 2 bike coming back around out of the 2nd turn down through the 3rd straight. The 21 in the Gold Cup 2. 21 got to be Brody, followed by Cody running 1 and 2. Cody had the win in the first round, but Brody's sitting on the top spot. No, he goes in, he dives into the turn, back out, down the last straight. The Gold Cup 2, Cody Goff looking to get a second win on the day for him. Cody coming across the strike, followed by Brody. 1 and 2, the 542 sitting on that 3 spot. Hamilton with the 4. And the 33 of Pickard on the 5 out of Moto 69. Moto 70 down the third straight, 21-25 intermediates. Sean Pruitt, Tyler Chapik, and Jonathan Nalavinko. And it's Tyler in the lead. He's going out wide out of that third turn. He's going to leave the door open. He doesn't. Back out down the 4 straight. Oh, Tyler Chapik down the 4 straightaway, going to lead him across the stripe, followed by the 16, Nalavinko on the 2, and the 106, Sean Pruitt on the 3 out of the second round. Your 21-25 intermediate Moto 70. Moto 71, Brandon Devine, Tim Brum, Zach Lum, and Andrew Cohn. Total points for this crew down the third straight, 57. Brum sitting in the lead, but he's got action from the 605. 605, Zach Klum out of Sycamore, Kansas, had the win in the first round. He's going to try to set him up wide. Does he have room coming out of the last turn? Tries the high-low. They got side-by-side action coming down the last straight. Who's going to get it? Looks like Zach Klum got the pass, going to make it stick. He's taking the one out of second round, followed by Brum on the 2, and the 332, Devine running in that 3 spot, Cone on the 4, out of your 36-40 intermediates. Moto 72 getting dialed up into the gate, getting things situated. It's the 4650 intermediate class up there. What? Who? Oh. More Sunday Fun Day action getting down, headed down that first straight, 46-50 intermediate class. It's total points for these 7 riders out of the first turn. Jason Broadway going to get the whole shot as he leads the pack down the 2 straight, followed by Daniel Solero running 1 and 2. The whole pack chasing him down as they head towards the second turn, but Broadway trying to check out of this one. Broadway for T-Town Bicycles here out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Go check out T-Town Bicycles if you're in town and you need to get anything fixed out. They got a whole collection of anything you need out there. T-Town Bicycles. Jason Broadway out of the third turn, 4 straight. Looks like he's dialed in, going to get the top spot. He's going to get the win out of round 1, followed by Daniel Solero with the 2. That keeps them the top low 2 points. Headed into the main event for this one. The 93 ride coming on by. Got to be Cole sitting on the 3, and the 23 hangs on of Brian Van Nocken for the 4 out of Moto 72. Moto 73 missing a rider out of this one. So we got 2 riders battling it out, 56 and over intermediate total points. Chris Sundrup and Dr. J Nolan. Looks like Dr. J's coming out of the turn down the last straight for the BM Bicycle Exchange Race Inc. Midwest White Rider Force Gold Cup 3. Dr. J coming across, and the 41 sitting 1 and 2. That'll be the points for them. Headed into that 56 and over intermediate main event, Moto 73. Moto 74, welcome to the Girls Club. It's the 5 and under girl expert class down the second straight. 4 of them on the track. Baylor Benign, Ellis Clark, Brecken Murray, and Charlotte Luo. The NAG 4 on the top spot, followed by the H ride of Ellis Clark running 1 and 2. Bonine sitting on that 3. Brecken, 4 years young, coming out of turn here. She comes down the third straight on the 10 ride. But it looks like Charlotte out of North Bend, Washington, coming down to race here at Hardesty Legacy Nationals down the final straight. Charlotte Luo leading the pack as she heads across the stripe, followed by the H ride. Ellis Clark going to go 1 and 2, coming across the 798. Baylor Bonine on the 3. Little Brecken Murray on the 4. Out of Moto 74. There's Blakey Dotson. Dotson on that 5 spot as they head back. She's just 3 years young up there battling with the girls as that 5 and under girl class finishes things out. Moto 74. Moto 75, the 6-year-old girl expert class. Bad to the bone, Kenna Jones, Kylie the Tornado Snell, Sunshine Novi, the Diva Lau. Emmy Spears and Casey Ray Mings out of the second turn through the third straight. The Rock 1 out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Landstar crew in the lead, but the Nag 9's coming for her. Spears on that too. Spears on the outside. It's Jones and Spears. Spears and Jones down through the third straight. Side-by-side action going up over the table. Is Jones going to hold her off? Is Spears going to find the line down the fourth straight? Jones says, not on my track. Bad to the bone, coming back home. And it is going to go Kenna Jones with the low points, followed by the Nag 9. Spears running 1 and 2. A battle for that 3 spot as the Nag 5 coming across the stripe. Snell going to get that 3. I think that was Novi on the 4 at a Moto 75. Whoa, they're banging bars. We lost a part on the roller. 7-year-old girl expert class coming around. There's a transponder. Bill, there's a transponder on the track. Lost a transponder racing down through the track out of the turn. Looking for Evans, Wesley, Bates, Farley, Shepard, and McLaughlin. But it looks like the top spot, the Gold Cup 3 coming across. McLaughlin with the 1, the Nag 7 ride of Evans. If you had a rider in that class, one of those top 2 riders lost their transponder. Parents, one of those top 2 riders lost their transponder out of Moto 76. Bill's got it at the finish line. Moto 77, 8-year-old girl experts. Penny Reeves, Kanita Walgren, Carr, and Holiday. 4 of them battling into that last turn. It's the 8-year-old girl expert class coming around. Holiday on the top spot. Red Oak, Texas. Another Rock 1 ride coming back in my direction. Little MJ bringing it back home. She's got low points out of the first 2 rounds. The Gold Cup 3. Walgren going to get the 2, the Gold Cup 2 on the 3. Little Penny Reeves in the 8 ride of the 4, Moto 77. Moto 78 on the track. Into the second turn, down the third straight. 9-year-old girl experts. Maria Munivar, Crazy Legs, Sandman, Sour Patch, Salome, and the Slingshot Bates. The World 3, she's coming on by. Got to be Salome running the show for the BMX Sharks on the top spot over the table. In and out of that last turn, bringing it back. Maria Munivar on the 2, headed down the last straight, but it's going to be Salome on the top spot. Salome with the 1. Oh, she's coming for that 2. Is she going to get it done? It's going to go the 3 and the 59. Finishing out Moto 78. Moto 79, the World 2 ride on the top spot, followed by the 1. Bea Quads Dotson, Hot Shot Cummings, Dynamite Daisy Nola, the Bull Anderson, the Wild 1, Tatum Welburn, and Smiley Kylie Shepard. Oh, Welburn almost had the move out of the turn down the last straight. It's going to tie him up in points. No, it's not. Nola gets the second win on the day. Tatum gets the 2. Smiley Kylie on the 3 at a Moto 79. Moto 80. Eleven girl experts, Riley Bates, Crystal the Pister Wallace, Scarlett Zerme, Nevea the Assassinator Larson, and Mayhem McCain out of the last turn down the final straight. And it's all the 1 ride on the top spot. McCain going to get the 1, followed by Larson on the 2. McCain and Larson running 1 and 2 out of that one. Man, points all over the place. Got to get Moto 80 figured out. Headed into the main event for that 11-year-old girl expert main event. 13-year-old girl expert total points. Ireland Kelly, Brooklyn Hale, Sequoia Gomalicki, Athena Dunn, Camden Cole, Kate Hansen, and the Mad Dog, Maddie Baker, all Gomalicki on the top spot. She's got the 1, followed by the R and the K. Going to be Hansen on the 2, Hale on the 3, running 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 81. Moto 82. 14-year-old girl experts, Aria Rodriguez, Natalia Kovacs, Diamond Lil Ashley, Kayla around up into the gate. 2 riders looking to move on. Should have 3 riders. Gonna battle this one out. 2 racks, 10 riders total in that 15-16 girl expert class as they head down the 1 straight. Looks like a couple local riders with the quick pop down the first straight. Emily the Possum Wells, Tegan Hinkle, and El Boogie. Layla Marshall at Astra Bike Company. She's got the whole shot coming down the 2 straight, but the Possum taking it upstairs down the 2 straight side by side. Gonna battle out Hinkle on that 3. Wells going around the outside. Looks like the Possum wants to take the lead coming around. Emily Wells in the lead. Back down through that 3rd section, Sand Springs, Oklahoma in the lead through the rhythm section. El Boogie falls back to that 2. Hinkle on the 3 as they go up over the table out of the 3rd straight down towards the white stripe. Wells going to bring it back home. Wells dialed in. She's got the 1st transfer. El Boogie the 2nd transfer. Moving on out of Moto 83. Moto 84 on the track. Bella White, Grace McMillan, and the Boogeyman, Kason Myers. 2 of these riders looking to move on, extend their day a little bit. It's White on the top spot. and McMillan running 1 and 2. The Boogeyman trying to find her way into a transfer spot coming out of the turn down the last straight. But the G-Bike of Bella White out of Cambridge, Minnesota, going to get the first. And the Nag 8, Grace McMillan, the second transfer spot. Moving on out of Moto 84. Moto 85, 1720, women expert on the top spot. Darren Merton, Savannah Stokes, Alma Pinera, Summer Soda, Briella Barrett, Shelby Elder, Riley Jordan, and Sailor Goodledge. Out of the final turn, it's all Darren Merton, your newest national champ in the crew as they head down the last straight. Merton going to get the top spot, followed by Savannah Stokes running on the 2, running 1 and 2 as they finish out the 1720 women expert class. Moto 85, Moto 86 down the second straight, 3140 women experts. Sydney Aiken, Kayla Reed, Aaron Too Sweet Jones, Kim Possible Farley, and a little bit Sally McClaskey. But it's all Too Sweet running them down through the third straight, followed by the National 85, Kayla Reed, Jones, and Reed in the lead as they head towards the turn. Farley sitting on that 3 spot as the total points action comes back down the 4 straight, headed towards the scores table. Too Sweet Jones, Landstar Racing, going to get the low points going into that main event, followed by Kayla Reed on the 2, the Nag 11, Farley on the 3, the 640 on the 4, and the 5 ride. Aiken running out of Moto 86. Moto 87, 4150, women expert. Okay. Jamie Harwick, Christina Gaylor, Jennifer Chambers, and Vanessa Mayo. 17 coming on by Christina Gaylor in the lead. Del City, Oklahoma, followed by Harwick on the top 2 spots. The Gold Cup 2, Vanessa Mayo sitting on the 3, and the 927 of Chambers on the 4. Keeping the second verse just like the first for these ladies as they head back down the last straight. But it's all Gaylor, the Terminator. She's going to get the low points into the main event. Harwick sitting on that 2, and Mayo on the 3. Going into your 4150 women expert main event. Moto 88, 51 and over, women expert down the straight. Teresa Goebel, Tracy O'Brien, Ingrid Melker, Spicy Canuck, Kenna Barkley, Body Armor, Paula Maresh, and Stephanie Johnson. And it's got to be Maresh up front once again. She had the win out of the first round. Looks like she's trying to hang on to the win here out of the second round as the women are fighting for the total points on the day coming down the last straight. The Nag 5, Tracy O'Brien, going to hang on and get that 2, followed by Spicy Canuck, Kenna Barkley, running 1, 2, and 3 out of Moto 88. That's it for the women. We're going to take a short pause before we head up to the men and watch some commercials on Flow. And we're back. Welcome back from Flow. Jumping into the second action. We're headed to the expert class, going up on the small hill, getting them loaded up into the gate. The 6-year-old experts are going to lead us off. We're sitting on Moto 89 out of the Sunday Fun Day Legacy National Day 3. Happy Mother's Day to all the young ladies out there, bringing your kids out to race, spending your day here with us at the racetrack. What more could you ask for than to watch your kids in doing what they love, racing around the track as the 6 expert class heads down the first straight. Kendall Horseman, Lance Brendel, Becken Hansen, Duke Baker, the Hulk, Kane Combs, and the birthday boy, Lachlan Hunt. This one is total points for these 6 riders as they make their way down the second straight. Looks like Hansen out of Appleton, Wisconsin. Pedalworks BMX in the lead up over that big triple, going in and out of the second turn down through the third straight. Hansen on the top spot trying to take the low points into the next round. The Nag 3 ride in the 18. Hausman coming for him, followed by Brendel running 1, 2, and 3 right now. See how this one shakes out with 1 turn to go. Coming around back down that 4 straight. Beckham Hansen on the top spot. He's coming back. He looks like he's going to get the low points going into the main event. 2 wins on the day for Hansen. The Nag 3, Hausman, the second deuce for him. And the 18 ride coming across. Brendel, 1, 2, and 3. Moto 89. Moto 90 on the track. 7-year-old experts. Total points. Ezra Bailey, Odin Guthrie, Joaquin Nunez, Austin Miller, Jethro Salva, and Double Trouble, Jake Caruth. Jethro Salva, Bloomington, Indiana. Impact BMX Racing down the last straight. He's going to get the win out of this one. That's going to give him 3 points going into the main event. Followed by the C-Bike Ezra Bailey. He's got 3 points going into that main event. And Nunez sitting on that 3. Out of Moto 90. Going to be an action-packed race out of that 7 expert class. Points all over the board as they get them added up out of Moto 90. In that 7 expert class. Moto 91. 8 experts should be getting loaded into the gate. 10 total riders into the class. Lucas Francis, Ferocious, Finn Newell, and the Sheepdog, Weston Shepard, trying to get him situated up there in the gate. Make sure they got the right 3 riders. 2 of them trying to extend their day a little bit longer. Maybe get an extra trophy or plaque to give Mom on Mother's Day. Give them a little thanks for bringing them out, spending the day out here at Hardesty National BMX Stadium. And they set back down. Give them just a second. Just trying to get this gate figured out for them. But while you wait, make sure you head up TB Products Racewear right out beside registration. Make sure you get some of those event shirts. When they sell out, they're gone. So go up and check them out before they pack everything away. And if the day didn't quite go as you planned, on 2 wheels, full tilt, both vendors out in the parking lot can get you anything else you need dialed in on the weekend before you head back home. Nice move out of the first turn down the second straight. They're 3 wide coming back towards the second turn. Francis, Newell, and Shepard trying to sort this one out. Out of the second turn, half the track to go. They're banging elbows out of that turn down the 3 straight. The 4 ride currently in the lead. The 4, that's got to be Francis. Oh, look at him. He's trying to find his way into the middle. What do we got going on? Towards the last turn, coming across. He's trying to shut the door out of that last turn down the 4 straight. The Gold Cup bike back on top. Newell. The Gold Cup 2 of Newell coming across. Newell's got a transfer. And the 18, Shepard. The 18 comes across. Those 2. Newell and Shepard moving on out of Moto 91. Moto 92, Baxter, Baker, Nalavanko out of the second turn. 3 riders on the track. 2 of these riders looking to move on a little bit. But it's Baxter in the lead down through the second straight, followed by the 1 ride of Baker. Gold Cup 3 on the outside looking in right now, trying to chase the boys down into the final turn down the 4 straight. 2 of them moving on as Hero Baxter and the Danger Man Baker bring the action back in my direction. But it looks like Danger Man Baker out of Paradise, California with the transfer. And Kid of Darkness Baxter, the second transfer out of Moto 92. Moto 93, 13 riders total. 2 trying to move on. Bo Coleman, Oliver Lyle, Spencer Sullivan, Max Wiggins, and Charlie Cowles. Coming on by the World 7 and the Gold Cup 2. Trying to make something happen. Got to be Spencer Sullivan and Max Wiggins on the top 2 spots. The whole crew chasing them down, trying to extend their day a little bit on a Sunday fun day, trying to make that 9 expert main event as they head back at me. Spencer Sullivan, Bloomington, Illinois, is going to get the transfer in the Gold Cup 2. Max Wiggins moving on out of Moto 93. Moto 94, Lincoln Shepard, Asher England, Waylon York, and Bodie Beal. The 24 ride, Bodie Beal, the BB gun, up front in the lead by the 31 and the 11. England and Shepard are battling side by side. Bars banging in and out of the turn. Who's going to get the second transfer as they bring the action back down the last straight? The BB gun, Bodie Beal out of Tulsa, Oklahoma with the win. He's moving on. And the 31 ride, England's getting that second transfer out of Moto 94. Moto 95 on the track, 10-year-old experts. We got a semi-main event battle going on. 2 riders trying to transfer as they head towards the turn. Chance Jarvis Turner, Pistol Pete Baker, Shirley, and Kent down the last straight. The H ride on the top spot. Shirley's going to get the first transfer. The second transfer going to the main event. Side by side coming across the stripe. Ivan Kent, the bad boy. Moving on, Adam Moto 95. Moto 96. 4 riders going into that turn. We got more 10-year-old experts fighting their way into a main event. Micah Brum. There goes Chance. Good job, Chance, finishing it out. Michael Brum, Benjamin Harris, Brody Peterson, and Racing Kaysen Murray. Up over the triple in and out of turn 2, down through the 3rd straight. The 4 bike out of Davenport, Iowa. Brody Peterson on that top transfer trot, followed by the 3 of Racing Kaysen Murray. Those 2 boys out of Moto 6 trying to make it into that semi-main event if they can keep things going down that 4 straight. Coming back at me, the 10 expert class coming across, and it is going to go Cash Money Peterson, and Racing Case and Murray out of Moto 96. Moto 97 on the track out of the second turn. Zayden Skinner, Jeffrey Kent, and Hudson Briggs down the third straight. The 7 bike coming on by. Briggs in the lead, followed by the 33 ride. Jeffrey Kent, Briggs, and Kent trying to go to that semi. Skinner trying to find his way into the mix as the 10-year-old expert class comes back down the last straight, but it looks like it's all the 7 bike. Hollywood Briggs moving on, and Jeffrey Kent out of Moto 97. Moto 98, the 12 bike coming on in the lead. 2 of these riders looking to go to a main event as they head around the track. Landon Ladrone running 1 and 2. Salazar, Ladrone out of the last turn down the 4 straight, but it's all the 12 bike. Canyon Lake, Texas going to get the win out of the second round. He's coming on by Salazar and the 9 ride. Paleo Landron moving on. Moto 99. More 11-year-old experts going to the main event here. Deal, Guile, and Warner, the 8 bike. Aiden Warner on the top spot, the 52 Deal sitting 1 and 2 right now. Party time, Riker Guile trying to find his way into the mix. Coming out of the third turn, down that 4 straight they go, but it looks like the 8 bike out of Kemp, Texas, Love Racing, he's coming across. Aiden Warner with the win and the 52. The Real Deal, Cooper Deal moving on out of 99. Moto 100 motos down as we make our way through the second round. Chayton Rodis, Aruba, Beast Waters, and Pumpkin Pie, Abel Wells going into the last turn back down the final straight. And it on the outside, the 984, Kalen Wooters, BMX Sharks with the win out of the first one. And Chayton Rodis going 1 and 2 out of Moto 100. 101 on the track, 12-year-old experts. We got a quarter main event in the 12 expert class. Sebastian White, Calvin, Phoenix, Nolting, Zane Brindle, and Anthony Molitor out of the third turn, 4 straight. The 4 bike on the top spot. Nolting, he's moving on. And Brindle going to hang on. He's got the top 2 spots. Nolting and Brindle moving on out of 101. 102, 12 experts down the third straight. The Gold Cup 2. Frank the Tank Trimble running the show towards the turn, followed by, I think, Strayer, the BMX Sharks, sitting on that too, coming around. 3 riders on the track, 2 transferring out, but the Gold Cup 2, Frank Trimble. Des Moines, Iowa is going to get the win out of this one, followed by the 10, Strayer. Moving on, Moto 102. Moto 103, more 12 experts. We had 26 riders in the group, 3 riders on the track, as 2 of them trying to extend their day. Morgan, Ratjen, and Green fighting their way around. It's Morgan and Ratchet on the top 2 spots. Nixon Green's first ever expert race, moved up from intermediate yesterday, finding himself in the mix out of the turn. But the Rock 1, Broen Morgan, Green Valley, Missouri, makes the move out of the turn down the last straight, and the Gold Cup 2. Morgan and Ratchet moving on out of 103. 104 on the track. Action coming your way, 12 expert class. 2 riders trying to go to the quarter. Duncan, Snell, and Gosa out of the last turn down the final straight. Bringing it back at me. It looks like the 13 ride it is. Jaden Gosa, he's going to get the first transfer in the 4 bike of Snell. Moving on out of 104. 105, more riders in that 12 expert class trying to go to that quarter main event. Sweet Tea, Jace Meringue, Nehemiah, Showtime Turner, and Sean Liverow. But it's all Sweet Tea Meringue down the last straight. Jace Meringue out of Owasso, Oklahoma, going to get the first transfer. He's going to that quarter, followed by the photo finish, Sean, running 1 and 2, transferring out of 105. 106 on the track. 13 experts, Blaze Nelson, Michael Hoffman, Connor Gunn, Henry Lenners, and Caden Gaps. 2 riders going to the main event, coming out of the turn down the last straight, the Nag 5 and the 13. Going to be Hoffman and Lenners transferring out of 106. 107 coming out of the second turn, 13 expert, 2 going to the main event. Melker, Moore, Walker, and Marshall, the 35 ride. Walker and Moore sitting on the top 2 spots. Looks like Walker and Moore locked in, coming out of the last turn down the final straight. Moore makes a move around the outside. He wasn't content with 2. He wants the top spot. 2 riders moving on, and it's going to go Carson Moore and Jet Walker out of 107. 108 on the track. 14-year-old experts. Brody Sizemore, Colton Hingle, and Maddox Wells. 2 should be moving on. We just got 2 on the track. Got a boat ride for them as they make their way around. Coming back down the last straight, the 10 bike Hingle. Moving on to 108 14X main event, and the 8 bike of Sizemore out of Moto 108. Moto 109, Jed Quimby, Colin Hughes, and Harlan Dixon. 2 riders going to that semi-main event in the 14 expert class. Side by side out of the turn down the last straight. And we're looking for the 4 ride on the top spot. Colin Hughes and the Gold Cup to Dixon and Hughes transferring out of 109. 110, 3 riders in this one coming down the third straight. Wyatt Sirota, Hunter Lee, and Alec Taylor. And it looks like it was the 3 on the top. Wyatt Sirota out of Scottsdale, Arizona, leading the pack down the last straight. He's going to move on to that 14 expert main event, and the 4 bike Alec Taylor moving on out of Moto 110. Moto 111. .111 15X total points. Ozzie Rowe, Curly Brown, Cassius Combs, Brody Nelson, Mario Bertoli, Break a Strike, and Shane Mathias. Back out of the turn down the last straight. Got to be Bertoli in the lead. Bertoli, Brown sitting on that 2, but is he going to get caught on the outside by the 19? Brown, Cassius, and Nelson coming across out of 111. 112 out of the turn down through the rhythm section. 16 experts, 2 trying to move on to the Moto event. It's Holzer on the top spot. Holzer and the 4 bike of Gunning making their way through the straight. Gaylor and Keener sitting 3 and 4 as they come out of the turn, but Rowdy Holzer profile on the top of the pack down towards the stripe. Holzer going to get the top one. 4 bike of Gunning running 1 and 2, transferring out of that 16 expert class going to a semi-main event. Moto 113, Ethan Charlton, Earl Stoke, and Jasper Kennedy down through the third straight. The 3 bike on the top spot. Got to be Jasper Kennedy. Here comes Charlton on the outside. Is there room for Ethan to find a pass out of the turn down the final straight? Charlton still sitting on that 3. Kennedy coming back across the 3 bike. Kennedy going to get the transfer, and the 2 bike Stokel moving on out of 113. 114, Sebastian Deach, Parker Whitmore, and Brian the Mac Daddy Mitchell. 2 riders transferring out as the 18 comes on by. Got to be Whitmore in the lead, and Deach sitting 1 and 2. As Whitmore and Deach head towards that turn, Mitchell sitting on that 3 spot, coming back at me down the 4 straight, but the top spot is going to go to the Deach might have got him to the stripe. Either way, Deach and Whitmore moving on out of 114. 115, they are side by side out of the turn down through the third straight. The 717, Mr. B. Johnson, Brendan Johnson in the lead going to the front of the pack, coming out of the third turn, 4 straight. Mr. B out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Johnson going to get the first transfer, going to a quarter main event, and the 4 bike of Tolfree. Johnson and Tolfree going to a quarter main event. Moto 116, 1720 expert. Caden Nobbs, Nicholas Amara, and Colton Jones. The 829, Amara on the top spot. Nobbs sitting on the 2, running 1 and 2. The 2 bike of Jones on the 3 as they come out of the final turn down the 4 straight. Looking to go to that corner main event in the 1720 expert, but the 829, Nicholas Amara is locked in, and Nobbs with the 2 out of 116. 117 down the second straight, Asher Harwick, Dawson McDonald, and Cage Moss. Down through the third straight, the 899, Dawson McDonald on the top spot, and Harwick running 1 and 2. Harwick out of Oklahoma, Moss sitting on that 3. Coming back down the last straight, McDonald going to get the first transfer going to that quarter main event out of the 1720 expert class, followed by Harwick with the second transfer out of 117. 118, more 1720 expert riders. Sugar Sean Madden, Ian Davis, and Christopher Carriasso. And coming out of that last turn down the final straight, it looks like Ian the Rig Davis, the 7 bike, he's got the first transfer locked in. And the 4 bike, Carriasso going to get the second transfer. Moving on out of 118. 119, 1720 experts. 2 more riders trying to make that quarter main event. Twice Pipes, Chevy Hoffman, Merrick Backer, and Jordan Blake. And it's Twice Pipes, Chevy Hoffman out of Wichita, Kansas. Bicycle Exchange down the final straight. He's got the first transfer locked in going to a quarter. And the 22 bike, Merrick Backer running 1 and 2. Those 2 going to that quarter main event, 1720 expert class. 21-25 experts, Ian McCauley, Cruz Duran, and Jordan Moyer. Out of the second turn through the third straight. Looks like the 18 bike is on the top spot. Out of Louisville, Texas, Prophecy BMX. Going to lead the pack towards the final turn, coming back around out of the last turn. McCauley sitting on that 2. Going to go Duran with the 1. And the Gold Cup 2 with the 2. Going to switch things up in points a little bit. Duran 1, McCauley 2. And the 60 bike, Moyer on the 3. Out of Moto 20. Moto 21. 4 riders in this one. Total points for the 26-35 expert class as they head on by down the 3rd straight. Chris Hilbrick out of Austin, Texas. Colt Race Crew out of the last turn down the 4th straight. He's going to get the top spot locked in here out of round 2. I might have spoke too soon. The 919's coming in hot down the last straight. I think he gets to the 919. Martins hangs on to that 2 out of 121. Moto 122 on the track. 3640 experts. Ryan Swerkel, Rachel Brindle, Justin Meade, Zach Randall, and Gilbert Contreras. Contreras in the lead. Bay Area BMX, Babs Racing. Down the 4th straight. Contreras had the win in the first round. Out of Seminole, Texas, going to get the win here out of the second round. He's carrying low points into the main event. Swerkel on the 2 and the 10. Brindle sent on the 3, side by side, low points. It all adds up. The 6 and the 55 out of 122. 123 down the 3rd straight. All of them taking it upstairs as they head through that rhythm section. 41-45 expert class. Zach Howard, Lance Gunter, Alex Snell, Michael Gresham, and Zach Allens down the final straight. The Rock 1 coming back at me. Got to be Zach on the top spot. Side by side right behind him. Zach with the 1. Oh, I think he got sniped at the line. That was a 16. Hollingsworth with the 2. Gresham the 3 out of 123. 124. 4650 expert, John Braskett, Brandon Smith, Brian Randolph, Kirk Landine, Randall Clannon, and Michael Cranfield. It's Landine leading him into the last turn. Seems to be hanging on to, I think it was a 19, John Baskett right behind him. Lake Havasu City, Arizona coming down the last stripe. The 6 bike's coming in hot. Is Randolph going to find himself in the mix? Landine, the 19 of Braskett, and Randolph 1, 2, and 3. Moto 124. 125 out of the second turn down the 3rd straight. The Nag 6, Rob Drolet on the top spot in the 51-55 expert class, followed by the 34 bike of John Bryan Vergura. McCauley and Cordova rounding out the class as the 51-55 expert class heads back towards the stripe, but it's all Rob Drolet out of Waukecachi, Texas. Premier Racing, followed by the 34 and the 3 of O'Brien and McCauley out of 125. 126. Headed towards the last turn. The Commander, Cody Smart, Frank Big Hurt Branham, New Knees Rod Edwards, and Scott Navatail. 56 and over coming back at me. Nag 7 on the top spot. Got to be the Commander, Cody Smart coming across, followed by Frank Branham running 1 and 2. The 13 of Scott on that 3, and the 19 bike on the 4 as we finish out the second round. All right, give us a second. We'll get quarters staged up in just a few minutes. Quarters coming up next.
Quartermains coming up next. Quartermains today, 12-year-old expert and 1720X. 12X, 1720X as quartermains today. Quarter mains are staging up. 12-year-old expert, 1720X.
Bring him back. Taking out. Here we go. Answer whole shot. Get back into the game. Quarter main events. Legacy National Day number 3. Hart, Thomas, Merriam, Nolte, Strayer headed down the first straightaway. Let's see what goes down right now. 4 riders moving on that semi-main event. Strayer hanging on the bubble spot right now into turn number 1. He's on the 4. Let's see if he can get it done. Around the long course at Hardesty coming down the second straightaway. Nolte trying to hang on to that 3-4 spot now. Strayer going to have to strut it down the third straightaway. Harp getting it done on the front line. Hart, Thomas, 1-2. Merriam on that 3 spot. 4 spot going to be up for grabs down that third straightaway. Let's see what goes down. Nolte trying to hold on to it. Straight Cat trying to do a little strut down the third straight. Let's see if he can get him in the last turn. Last turn, last straight action coming back around. Hart, Thomas, Merriam, 1-2-3. Strayer trying to fire things off down the last straightaway. Not going to have enough to make it happen. Nolte will round out in the top 4. More 12X coming our way. Noella, Meringue, Tremmel. Live around Brindle in and out of that second turn down the 3 straightaway. And Gnarly Charlie Noella on the top spot, looking for that 2 spot. Got to be Sweet Tea Meringue going down the 3 straightaway. Meringue hanging tight on that one. Frank the Tank Tremmel. Freaky Fast Colors out of the last turn. Live around Dirt Addiction BMX trying to hang tight on that 4 spot. Got company coming. And St. Zane Brindle trying to gain a little ground, a little backside to the stripe. 7 bike will hang on to it. Live around Meringue, Tremmel, Noella will be your transfers out of quarter number 2. Quarter number 3. In and out of turn number 2. Larson, Angela, Pomels goes a Ratchin coming down the 3 straightaway. Angela on the top spot. The Demon Larson hanging tight on that 2 spot as he drives it into the last turn. Looking for Premier Colors. Ratchin back on that 3 spot. Looking for the 4. King Kong, Pomels. Pomels going to ramp things up. Back to the line. He'll slide in for the 4. Larson, Angela, Pomels, Ratchin will be your top spots. Out of quarter number 3, quarter number 4, Burgers, Wilson, Rodriguez, Morgan, Snell. PB&J Burgers out front, out of Owasso, Hardesty, Sand Springs, local, bringing this one down the 3 straightaway. Wilson, Rodriguez, Morgan, Snell. Cranking it up down the line, 4 spots, definitely up for grabs going in that last turn. Who's got the edge on it? Snell, it's pushed up hard right there. Uh-oh, here we go. Morgan trying to run it back down the last straightaway. 3-5 in the Rock 1. Wilson, Rodriguez, Morgan round out your top 4. Quarter number 4, quarter number 5. In and out of the second turn, Wirtz, O'Neill, Hoyam, Hoffman, McDonald. Hoffman off the back of the pack right now. See if he can put something together in that last turn on the way back through. Single file. Wirtz, O'Neill on the 1-2, driving it down the last straightaway. McDonald slips in for that 3 with the 2 by Hoyam, rounding out your top 4. Out of quarter number 5, quarter number 6, down the second straightaway. Bench, Loy, Santos, Tollfree, Harwick. How about Lloyd Binge? Santos 1, 2, and 3. In and out of that second turn, third straightaway. Harwick trying to crank it up down the third straightaway. Speed Racer hanging tight on that fourth spot as they head for home. Last turn, driving back through, single file on the way back through the last straightaway. How about Lloyd Binge, Santos, and Tolfrey rounding out your top four. Brown, Davis, Jones, Johnson, Carriazo, O'Mara. Charging into that second turn, the rig, Davis out front, Premier Colors, downtown, Deegan Brown, Supercross BMX down the third straightaway. How about O'Mara? Carriazo in trouble right now going into that last turn. Mr. B. Johnson puts a pass on him on the way back through last straightaway. Coming back to the line, looks like it's going to be Johnson rounding out that top four with Davis, Brown, and O'Mara. Ethanol in and out of the second turn, third straightaway. Popovich, Maben, 1-2, gun backer, Knobs. Running down through that three straight, bringing these guys in that last turn. Everybody's charging on the way back home. Knobs trying to hang on to that one on the way back through. Last straightaway, still Popovich gets it done. Popovich, Maben, 1-2, back to the line, gun.
Do you like BMX?
I like BMX.
Well, so do we.
Welcome to Full Tilt Bike Co., where we're a collective of young racers working to build the largest selection of BMX race products. But we're not your typical mail-to-order store. So make sure you check out the Full Tilt Bike Co. YouTube channel, where we do product spotlights, bike builds, and give out BMX racing tips and tricks.
Join the community and see what the new age of BMX product sales looks like. Bleh.
USA BMX, where everyone rides.
Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this to ride? win.
Do you like BMX?
I like BMX.
Well, so do we.
Welcome to Full Tilt Bike Co., where we're a collective of young racers working to build the largest selection of BMX race products. But we're not your typical mail-to-order store. So make sure you check out the Full Tilt Bike Co. YouTube channel, where we do product spotlights, bike builds, and give out BMX racing tips and tricks.
Join the community and see what the new age of BMX product sales looks like. Bleh.
Yeah. Welcome back to the program again. We are into the semi-main events. Well, you folks tuned in on Flow at home. If you're just tuning into the webcast, day number 3, Legacy National, Hardesty National Stadium, Tulsa, Oklahoma. Semi-main events headed down the first straightaway. Despopoulos, Taylor, Kovacs, Peterson, Evans, and Murray down the second straight. Got to be Despopoulos on the top spot, looking for that front line run. Kovacs on the 2, top 4 moving on. Despopoulos still the fastest kid in this group all weekend long. About 2 seconds faster than the rest of the group as they go down the 3 straightaway. Despopoulos, Kovacs, Taylor, Peterson, Evans, Murray working it out of the last turn. It's all showtime. Despopoulos, J&R colors down the last straightaway. L-Bike. Kovacs picks it up for that 2 spot down the last straightaway. How about the 13 and the 4? Taylor and Peterson round out your top spots. Semi number 1, semi number 2 into the second turn. Eubank, Shirley, Tremillo, Kent, Briggs, Kent working this one in and out of that second turn. 3 straightaway. 4 bike, Mr. Eubanks out front. Driving hard down the 3rd straightaway, hitting all the marks nice and smooth. Got it locked in. Got to be the dominator. Tremillo slipping into that 2 spot. Looking for that 3 spot. How about Briggs, Hollywood? Love Racing Colors on the 7 bike. Slides into the game right there with Wheelie Wade. Shirley will round out your top spots. Out of semi number 2, semi number 3, down the second straightaway. Paxman, Pope, Salazar, Gallegos, Warner, Deal. Out of the second turn, 3rd straightaway. Pope, Paxman on the 1-2. Keep things locked in down that 3rd straightaway. Salazar and Gallegos going to work it out on the way down that 3rd straightaway. Into the last turn they go. Bringing it back around. 11-year-old experts all the way back through. Paxman, Pope, Salazar, and Gallegos round out your top 4. Johnson, Latigue, Wooters, Rodas, Hughes, Combs down the 1st straightaway. Wooters looking for that 2 spot. Got to be Johnson on the front line out of the 1st turn down the 2nd straightaway out of Louisiana. JBR colors. They take it upstairs. Wooters on that 2 spot. Going to be a Gold Cup 3. Jack Attack, Latigue. Latigue hanging tight on that 3. In and out of that 2nd turn. Uh-oh, get a little loose. Lost a pedal right there. Oh, the 1 biker, Rodas, he's running it out. Rodas got a flat tire. I don't know what's going on. Where you guys at? Give him some love, man. He's running it. Gonna get it done. Something happened to the transmission. I don't know. Back to the line. Johnson, Wooters, Latigue, 1, 2, 3. About the 29 of Hughes. Road is still running it out down there. Ran out of gas, so give him some love, man. He definitely gets an A for effort today. Give him some ice cream, Dad. Hart, Noyola, Burgers, Meringue, Trimble, Ratchet, Liberal, Nolte, 12X. Coming our way. Hart, Noyola on the 1-2. Down the last straightaway. PB&J Burgers and Meringue. Couple of the local boys. Couple of locals getting in the game right there. They're in the main event. Thomas, Angela, Larson, Wilson, Palmels, Miriam, Rodriguez, and Morgan in out of the 2nd turn, 3rd straightaway. Takeoff, Thomas, Miriam working it out. 1-2, Zion on that 3 spot. Miriam slipping back over. Rodas going to finish it back up. He's running it out. Give him some love, man. One more time. Last straight action. Still Thomas running the top spot. How about Larson? Miriam. Miriam and Angela. Out of semi number 6, semi number 7. Tyson. See you later, boys. About a half a straight ahead of everybody coming back through. Fast lap going on with Tyson, the 3, Nag 18 and the 4 bike. Sorota, Sanders, and Laconin will round out your top spots out of semi number 7. Coming through the 3rd straightaway, CJ Rivera down that 3 straight he goes. Bowman picking it up on the 2 spot. Looking for Taylor back on that 3. Taylor ramping things up into the last straight. Looks like IHOP, Sizemore coming in for that 4 spot. Down the last straightaway. Sizemore pick up the 4. That was semi number 8, semi number 9 downtown. 16X, Go Malicki. Esposito, these guys made the podium yesterday for that junior USA Cycling Junior Championship. Reeder picks it up on that 3 spot. He's heading for home. Sorensen on the 4. Down the 3rd straightaway, charging hard. Stokel's got to hit some marks right now if he wants to find his way into that 4 spot. In and out, we're going to go. Last turn. Freight train coming back through. Go Malicki, Esposito, Sorensen, and Reeder. Whoa, Sorensen. Oh, no! Oh, no! Sorensen goes down, gets a little loose, and Stokel Comes up on the spot. Oh, Jacob. Bro. Shoot. He's like, shoot, man. Perkins, Holzer, Kennedy, Gunning, Beebe, and Whitmore. Oh, Sorensen, man. Tough break of the day right there. Got squirrely and loose down the last straightaway. Dr. J. Perkins. Perkins will bring this one back to the line. Kennedy, Holzer, and a 4-bike. Gunning rounding out your top spots. $17.20 down the second straightaway, looking for that top spot. Lloyd charging hard in and out of that second turn. Going to bring him back around. Hoyam O'Neill. Hoyam O'Neill, 1, 2, 3 down the third straightaway. Or no, that's Bam. Maben getting it done. He's bringing him into that last turn. McDonald's going to slide into the last straightaway. He's going to lock it down right now on the 4th spot. Looks like that's the way those boys will bring it back through. McDonald, O'Neill, Lloyd, and Maben rounding out your top 4. Wirtz, Bench, Brown, Popovich, Santos, Gunn, O'Mara, Tolfree in and out of the second turn. Popovich down the third straightaway. Matthew Wirtz picked it up on that 2 spot. Keep things driving on down the line, bring them into that last turn. Downtown, Deegan Brown got to be Cash and Binge on the 4th spot. Peak 10 training back to the stripe. That's the way it'll run back through. For the 17-20 semi-main event. I think we've got some open jackets to give away, and then we'll get on with the main events coming up here shortly.
For those of you who have never been up close with the Supercross hill, I'm going to stand here and give you the full scale of just how big that hill is. 8 meters up, and not just riding down it. These riders are attacking down it as hard as they can. And when they get to the bottom, what they are met with is a giant launch ramp for this 30-foot first jump. Now, this is one of the most important parts of the race. This is going to set up your race, and you need to get good backside on that first jump. BMX racing is truly a game of inches. Come main event time, if you land your back tire right there, couple inches short versus right here on the top of the landing, that's going to affect your speed, and it could be the difference of maybe about this much, but that is enough to get your elbow in front or behind the rider next to you, and could be the difference of a hole shot or being in the pack. Just like on the first jump, the second straightaway has a pro section that also includes a case pad to keep the riders safe if they do happen to come up short. The unique thing about that double in particular is just how steep the landing is. And with the landing being so steep, that means that if you backside it perfectly, you get a nice boost to speed. But that means the risk is higher too. If you come up short, it's going to cost you more speed. It's a boom bust scenario, and it's crucial to carrying your momentum down the second straightaway. First few rounds have been electric. These races at the USA Cycling National Championships have been fantastic. I can't wait to see who gets the win.
USA BMX, where everyone rides.
deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean.
Do you like BMX?
I like BMX.
Well, so do we. Welcome to Full Tilt Bike Co., where we're a collective of young racers working to build the largest selection of BMX race products. But we're not your typical mail-to-order store. So make sure you check out the Full Tilt Bike Co. YouTube channel, where we do product spotlights, bike builds, and give out BMX racing tips and tricks. Join the community and see what the new age of BMX product sales looks like. Bleh.
USA BMX, where everyone rides.
I wanna dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean.
Rowdy Holzer down the 2 straightaway. McClaskey, the old guy in the group, running with the young guns right now as they headed down to that second turn, 3rd straightaway. Little pro-am time going on down the 3 straightaway. Polk going to go wire to wire with this one out of the last turn. Kerry also got a hot lap going on that 2 spot. The young gun right behind him got to be Rowdy Holzer. Holzer trying to crank it up back to the line. He'll settle for the 3. McClaskey for your 4. Six and under mixed open. Downtown we go. Main moto number 2. Reeves, Clark, Abbott, Lyle. Nixon Abbott's got the aces locked in. Has the low points with this race all day long out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Ellis Clark on the H bike slides right into that 2 spot. Got to be the diva Lyle. Lyle picking it up on the 3. And Reeves on that 4 spot as they head down the second straightaway. Keep things locked in onto the top spot out of the second turn. It's on Nixon Abbott. Abbott one more time as he heads down that third straightaway with the H bike in tow. Clark. Abbott. Clark 1, 2. Lyle on that 3. Down the third straightaway. Reeves picking it up on the 4. They head down the line, bring him into that last turn. Crank it up one more time on the way back through. Looks like Nixon Abbott going to go 3 for 3 on a Sunday fun day out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Back to the front line. He's going to go out of League City, Texas, taking home the big win for the 6 and under mixed open. Back to the stripe. We're going to go Clark for your 2. Lyle for the 3. Reeves for the 4. Hey, one more helper on the trophy crew. If anybody wants to get in on the trophy crew, come on down and see us at the finish line. Reeves, Wesley, Pruitt, Shepard, Clark, Elwell. Points all over the place right now. Let's see who's going to get that overall. Holden Clark trying to come out of the last turn. Grayson Pruitt, though, looking for the ace right now, trying to ramp it up down the last straightaway with Shepard. How about Pruitt? Shepard 1, 2. Back to the line with the 49 bike in the Gold Cup 2. Holden Clark will get a 3. Reeves will pick up a 4. They come out of main moto number 3, main moto number 4, down the third straightaway. Welborn, Tillman, Cheatham, Noyle, Netherton, Lee, Salemi. Dynamite Daisies finally dialed it in for the third go-around. Welborn going to try to crack the door wide open out of that last turn. Coming back at us, Noyola's got 4 points. Looks like Welborn going to end up with that overall. Salemi with the 3. 17 bike. Tillman will pick up the 4 as they come on back through. Out of main moto number 4, main moto number 5, into the second turn, third straightaway. 2 bike on charge. Bates, Kelly, Elwell, Zerme coming down the 3 straight. Ricochet, Bates out front, driving the top spot down the third straightaway. Missed the first go-round, though. Coming out of that last turn, we'll run it back through the last straightaway. Going to be a Gold Cup. Kelly picks it up on the 2. Kelly looking for the overall. Back down that last straightaway. It'll go Bates, Kelly 1, 2. Back to the stripe with Zerme on the 3. Elwell for your 4. Taking another drive down that first straightaway, 13-14 mixed open. Dune, Wilson, Surratt, Keener, Meade, Hart coming down the second straight. 13-14 mixed open, charging this one in and out of that second turn. Got to be Brickell Wilson, the Terminator, on the top spot out of Dallas, Texas. Wilson coming down the 3 straightaway. Wilson, Hart, 1, 2. Dune on the 3 spot. The Cherry Bomb coming down the 3 straightaway. No logo colors out of Colorado, trying to hang on to that 3 spot as they come down the last straightaway. Got it wrapped up out front. It's going to go Wilson, Hart, 1, 2. Back to the stripe of the L bike. Dune to get the 3. Out of main moto number 6, main moto number 7, Harrison, Goff, White, Goff. They're tied up for the main event down the third straightaway. Goff going to put a little extra charge down that third straightaway. Going to bring him into that last turn. Big Bella White on the 2 spot out of Minnesota. White Cloud, Kansas. Cody Goff coming out of Kansas. Freaky fast colors. He'll bring it back home. He'll get the overall. What you see is what you're going to get when they come down the last straightaway, Jerry. Back to the line. Goff will get that top spot. White will get the 2. Harrison will get the 3. Out of main moto number 7, main moto number 8, downtown through the second straightaway. Bailey, Newell, Francis, Nunez, Miller, and King in and out of the second turn. King running the show. Down through that third straightaway. Francis hanging on that 2 spot. Ferocious Finn, brand new expert in the open class in that 7-8 open. He turned up on Friday, bringing this one back through in and out of the last straight. We're going to go. King getting it done, though. King running back with the aces right here. Looks like Ferocious Finn. Newell picks it up for the 2. Francis onto that 3 spot. Back to the stripe. C-bike. Bailey will pick up the 4. The 34 bike. Miller get a 5. Main moto number 9 down the third straightaway. Looking for a top spot. England, Brump, Tremillo, Kent, Shepard, Briggs, and Lander. Got to be the dominator. Tremillo, factory scented LSG colors. Charging hard out of the last turn. Got that 2 spot locked in with Lander. Lander picks it up for the 2 down the last straightaway. Charging hard for a 7 bike. A Briggs will get the 3. How about the 26? A Brum picks up a 4. Turner, Wilson, Thomas, Kiefer, Wooters, Noyola, Ratchin, Duncan. Gnarly Charlie out front running the show. What you see is what you're getting with these guys all making that main event today. F-Bike on the 2 spot. Thomas, Noyola, Wooters going to get the 3. Three got 4th. Yeah, Wilson for the 4. Out of main moto number 10, main moto number 11, Hingle, Hughes, Hoffman, Wells. Noisy boy Hoffman out front, got the aces locked in for the Impact crew, all the way back and around out of the last turn. Coming back down to Hughes and Hingle working this one out. Back to the stripe we go with the 4 bike of Hughes. And Hingle will get the 3. Out of main moto 11, main moto number 12, Beebe, Whitmore, Rowe, Keener, Gaylor. The Ozman Rowe picking up that top spot now. Lost one, Gaylor out of that second turn to get him back up. Bringing this one back through. Rowe on the front line. Cleves local out of Cincinnati, Ohio, coming back down the last straightaway. Gets it done with the 18 bike of Whitmore on that 2 spot. L bike, Keener going to get the 3. Looks like it was Beebe for the 4. Gaylor will walk it off. Another one coming my way. Aloha Joe on the top spot. Drowinick, Matt and Blake and Carrioso down through that 3rd straightaway. Drowinick out front, looking for the ace on this one, trying to get some low points. Aloha Joe back to the line, throws a little style on it. Carrioso for the 2. The F-Bike, Madden will get the 3. Blake will get a 4. Out of main moto 13, main moto number 14. Little ladies on the big wheels. Here we go. On the cruisers now, Holiday, McLaughlin, and Walgren headed down that 2nd straightaway into turn number 2. Little MJ Holiday on the top spot. Charging hard. Factory BB and Pops coming down that 3rd straight. The long 3 straightaway at Hardesty. Got to hit everything just right to get all the speed going into that last turn. Then you got a couple hundred more feet to come back all the way back through. Last straightaway, Holiday on the front line. Back to the stripe. 8 and under girl cruisers. Back to the line, we're going to go Walgren for the 2, McLaughlin for your 3. Got a main moto 14. Ready to go? Johnson, Shepard, Anderson, Sandman coming down the last straightaway. Got to be Smiley Kylie Shepard looking for that top spot right now. Back to the stripe with a 3 bike. Going to go Anderson will pick up the 2. How about Sandman for the 3? Dotson for your 4. Some total points racing going on out of main moto 15. 16's your moto now. Wallace, Larson, McCain coming down the 3rd straight. Larson charging hard right now, trying to get this one going on down that 3rd straightaway. Looking for that top spot. McCain, Mayhem. In and out of the last straightaway. Wallace has got the aces locked in. She'll take it down the last straightaway. Wallace trying to get on the top spot. Back to the stripe. We're going to go. And come back through. It'll switch up. Wallace will get the 1. McCain will get the 2. Larson will get the 3. Hale, Mead, Cole, Surratt, Hanson. Hanson, Hale coming down the 3rd straightaway. Cole's cranking things up. Hanson knows she's got to keep the door locked up tight with the rest of those girls trying to chase her down out of that last turn. Main moto 17, 13-14 girl cruiser coming back through. Down the line, Hanson, Hale side by side as they come across the stripe. Hale, Hanson go 1-2, back to the line. Cole get the 3. Good racing right there. Smiley coming out of the 2nd turn, 3rd straightaway. Stogel, Luptak, 1-2. Wright, Marshall working this one out down the 3rd straightaway. Wright's on the charge, going in that last turn. Luptak with a pair of 3s, trying to get a deuce, going back to the line, coming back at us. That'll be all Smiley. Stogel on the top spot. Aces all day for her. Back to the stripe. We're going to Luptak for the 2, Wright for the 3, Marshall for your 4. Back through Moto 18, main moto number 18, main moto number 19 now. Aiken, Adwell, Barrett, Foster, Moore, Farley, Holiday in and out of the 2nd turn. Barrett running the show. Too Sweet going to try to chase her down the 3 straightaway. Let's see what happens. Too Sweet's got the aces locked in. She's done the math. She's counted it twice. She says, I'm hanging tight on that 2 spot. We'll let the little Savage take the top spot back to the line. We're going to go Barrett, Moore, 1-2. Back down that last straightaway. Farley locks up for the 3, the Gold Cup 3. Foster, 2 in the 12. What about Aiken? Adwell. Latimer, Harwick, Gaylor down through that third straightaway. Harrison trying to find a spot. 41-45 ladies. Gaylor going to take it upstairs one more time on a Sunday fun day. What she got? Brab. Oh, she sends it back home. Gaylor out front. She'll bring it back through. Got to be Harwick for that 2 spot. Ladies having fun all weekend long. Latimer coming in for the 3. Back to us. Harrison for that 4. Now to main moto number 20, main moto number 21. Hunt. Shirley, Mayo into the second turn. Landstar colors out front. Got the lock on this one. Got to be Heather Hunt in and out of that second turn. Mayo, Shirley ramping it up down the 3 straightaway. Ladies keep going on. 46-50 lady cruisers. Main moto number 21 on track as they head forward out of the last straight one more time. Hunt, you going to air it out over the table? She thought about it for a second as she came back down the last straightaway. She's like, that's it. That's enough laps for the weekend for me. Back to us. Going to go Shirley for the 2. Mayo for that 3 spot. Another one coming our way. Goebel, O'Brien, Stafford, Barkley, Melchert. Down through the 3 straight, keeping things locked in with these ladies right here as they go back around. Goebel, O'Brien, Stafford, Barkley, Melchert. O'Brien running the top spot. She's got this one tied up with Barkley down the last straightaway. Spicy Canuck going to hang on for that 2 spot. Melchert for the 3. Out of the last turn, we're going to go. Goebel coming back through. Started the morning off with Goebel airing it out a little bit. She sang the national anthem. She's feeling good coming back down the last straightaway. Gave us the national anthem, got us going for the day, and she'll bring it back home for the 4. Out of main moto 22, main moto number 23. 56 and over lady cruisers. Here we go. Baker, Kyle, Maresh, Westenauer, Schroeder back down the last straightaway. Maresh on the top spot. The Wildflower. Kyle on the 2. She comes down the last straightaway. Knack 7 bike. Schroeder going to pick up the 3. Baker coming back for that 4. Miss Kitty going in the last turn. Give her some love on the way back through. 76 years young. Still having fun. Won the 50-50 yesterday. All kinds of good stuff for Miss Kitty. Always a great day. Great weekend to see Miss Kitty. Keep it going. Keep them going, Miss Kitty. Keeping the dream alive for all the ladies. Everybody out there, man. If that doesn't inspire you to race, I don't know what will. Kurth, Guthrie, Hunt, Kurth. Down the 3 straightaway. Odin Guthrie out front running the show down that 3rd straightaway. Tied up for the main event with Lachlan Hunt. Hunt going to try to get it going out of that last turn. He's going to try to make a pass on Kurth. Nobody's touching Guthrie on the top spot. Back to the stripe. Guthrie, Hunt, 1-2. Back to the line. Jake Kurth going to get the 3. Pete Kurth will get the 4. Shepard, King, Baxter, Baker, Escalona down the third straight into the last turn. King and Escalona been working this one out all day long. They're tied up for this main event. 2-car pile up in the last turn. We'll get them checked out. Back to the stripe. King, Escalona, 1-2. Baker on the 3. Shepard's back up. We'll give him some love. He's going to come back through with Baxter. Cowles, Wiggins, Rourke, Vanderheiden, Sullivan, Lyle, Emery, Netherton. Looking for a front line run out of that last turn. Got to be the wild man, Vanderheiden. He's got this one wrapped up for the Ameriprise crew. Elijah Emery on that 2 spot. Daylight Cycles out of the last turn. Back to us. Sullivan to get the 3. 13 bike. Well, Wiggins looking for that 4 spot. Out of main moto 26, main moto 27, Deegan, Shirley, Peterson, Eubanks, Murray, Turner, Johnson, Taylor. Mr. Eubanks running the show out front, coming into that last turn. Factory Crank Lab colors. He'll bring this one back through that last straightaway, looking for Factory Flex. T-Bone Taylor. Taylor picks it up for the 2. How about Peterson for that 3 spot? K and the J bike. Murray will get a 4. Shirley will get a 5. Out of main moto 27, main moto number 28. The battle royale with these guys all weekend long. Looks like Pac-Man's got the edge on it going down the 3rd straightaway. Johnson Has to turn the power up all the way on the machine if he wants to catch Paxman on the way down that last straightaway. Paxman keeping it nice and dialed right now. Ultra smooth down the line. Last straight coming back out is Johnson for the 2. Gallegos going to get the 3. Looked like it was Ladrin for that 4. Miriam Trimmel goes to Larson, White, Angela, Strayer, Harp. Down the third straightaway, the Hummingbird Harp on the top spot. Everybody charging hard right now. The Wrecking Ball, Miriam. Miriam picks it up on the 2 down the last straightaway. Miriam bringing this one back to the line. Zion, Angela for that 3 spot. Runs this one. Got to be Larson. Larson picking up for the 4. Back to the stripe of the 1 bike. White gets a 5. Now to main moto 29. Main moto number 30. Belcher, Tyson, Hill, Wettendorf, Johnson, Gap. Tyson way out front. Got the aces locked in all weekend long. I think he makes a clean sweep of this one. Or maybe he dropped 1 lap yesterday as we come back to the line. We're going to go Wettendorf for that 2 spot as they come back through. 9 in the 2 bike. Melcher to get the 3. Johnson will get a 4. Dixon, Quimby, Lacona, Gibbs, Grieve, Bowman, Sizemore, Tyson working the top spot down the third straightaway. Got to be Tyson Bowman on the 1-2. Level up racing colors. Out of that last turn, cranks it up on the way back home. Lacona on the B bike. Drops in for that 3. Back to the stripe. He's going to go with the 11 bike in tow. Grieve will get a 4. McMillan, Gunny, Miller, Sorensen, Nickham, Stokel in and out of the second turn. Sorensen got the aces locked in on this one. Got a little crazy in that quarter main event in the 17-20 class, or the 16 class. Didn't make the show, but he comes back with this one. Going to take the win on the big wheel back to the line. He's all, I redeemed myself, man. I got it, bro. Hey, that's another kid, man. I don't know. He's looking like he's a solo brolo on the roster list. I don't think he's on anybody's roster right now. You might want to find him. Maven, Jones, Davis, Coons, Harwick. The rig, Davis out front. Premier colors out of the last turn. Got it going on with Harwick. Harwick on that 2 spot. Back to the line. How about the 8 bike? We'll get the 3. LJ Coons. And the Gold Cup 2. Jones will pick up a 4. Whoa. Elbows are out. Oh, and no. Schutz, he's going to give you the aloha right there. Going down the 3 straightaway. Allison Noren bringing him back through. Got to be McCulley on that 2 spot. Coming back at us. That's the way it's going to go for the boys right there. Out of main moto 34, 21-30 cruisers. In and out of the second turn, 36-40 cruisers. Contreras running the show one more time. Swerkel and Larson. Down the third straight, driving into that last turn. Got it wrapped up on that top spot. Contreras going to sweep the weekend on the cruiser all the way back down that last straightaway. It looks like Swerkel going to pick it up for that 2 spot. Larson for the 3. That's the way to go out of main moto 35. Woo! Big style right there, boys. I like it. Wakefield, Watson, Carriazo, Jallens take it up top. Carriazo put a little style on that one as well. Wakefield, he'll take it upstairs. Style us out, bro. Going down the last straightaway. Coming back through. Jallens going to come back home one more time and finish it up for the weekend. Aces all the way. Carriazo having a fun Sunday. Back to the line. He says, all right, I'm cruising on in. Good to see you, bro. Back at us. Wakefield for the 3. Down the last straight, we're going to go Street on the front lines. He's going to come back through. Randolph says, that's it, man. This track's huge. I'm tired. I'm ready to just chill for the rest of the weekend. Back to the stripe. We're going to go Hanson for that 3. Whoa, down the third straightaway, trying to do a little white line shopping. Trying to hit the quick express checkout, Mr. Dibbs, Prince. He's going to try to put something on Thomas out of the last turn. Coming back at us. Got Drolet on that top spot, though. Drolet getting it done. Tate Thomas. Oh, no, Tate. Come back to the line. Oh, Mr. Dibbs going to get him at the stripe. Thomas for the 2. Grieve for the 3. Branham, Pennington, Smart. Back at it again. Going for the full pull today, Pennington. Driving it down the third straightaway. Getting it going on out front. Branham on the top spot. Commander Cody Smart playing the smart move right now. He's up saving the legs. Now bring this one back through. Coming out of the last straightaway, Branham coming back to the line. Commander Cody Smart and Pennington rounding out 1, 2, 3. 61 to 65 cruisers now. Sonnerup, Jamison, Fields, Sloan, old school, preschool, late night skated, last night school, all that kind of skated uphill both ways to school. Old school, back to the stripe. He's going to go. Jamison on that 2 spot. Sonnerup coming back for the 3. 29 bikes. Dreff going to bring it back through. Bonsai! Jerry Fields coming in. Always smiling, Jerry. I always love to see you out on the track, man. Always love to see the Fields in the house. 500 Novice. Little tiny Grommies. Here we go again. Wilkins, Hilbridge, Spears, and Hunt. Down the 3rd straightaway. Hilbridge on the top spot. Rock and roll time down the 3 straightaway. Wilkins on that 2 spot. Hunt back on the 3. Spears back on the 4. The 3-year-old out on the track. 3-4s. 3, 4, and 5 years old out on the course right now as you come back through. Yeah, for all you folks watching home on Flow Bikes, little bikes going back around. 500 Novice bringing it back through. Main Moto 41. Little Cliff, Hilbridge on the top spot. Back at us. It's all Smiley coming back through. 107 bike looking for the 2. Asher Wilkins. Oh, no. The 208 going to get it for the 2 spot. Back at us, and then Coco Spears coming in. It's all good. Everybody's having ice cream today. Another one, little Banshee. Baker, Zook, Cohen, Bowman. They'll finish it up. The little Banshee, he's coming out of that 2nd turn, 3rd straightaway. Just on a Sunday drive, man. Hanging out, cruising down it, making it happen. 377 by Bowman. They're going to finish it up. The Banshee, Cohen, Reject Racing out of Kansas. Stanley, Coach, Diaz, and Abbott in and out of that 2nd turn. Looking for the next one coming our way. The 225 bike of Abbott. Abbott tied up with Coach on this one down with Stanley, Diaz. The little Banshee, Cohen coming out of the last turn. Going to finish his lap up right there. Another one coming to chase him down. Main Moto number 43, 7-year-old Novice. There's a 243 bike. Rosa Diaz out of Oklahoma City. Still, it's all Kennedy Abbott on the top spot out of League City, Texas, coming back through. Abbott will get it done. Coach looking for the 2 spot. Coach coming back for that 2. Back to the line, 111 bike. Cheesy Bees, Stanley, and Diaz. Boehner, LeMay, Devine, Kirby, Ball, Deal, Duvel. Getting a little run off the last turn now, looking for that top spot. Boehner trying to run this one back through. Going to go 3 for 3 for the day. Boehner comes all the way back out. It's going to go with DeVello on that 2 spot, 28 bike. Deal going to get the 3. The 165 bike. Ball will pick up a 4. Yang, Johnson, Hicks, Malone, pour it down the 3rd straightaway. Who's got the horsepower out front? Bring this one back around out of that last turn. Gold Cup champ Malone. Hardesty race team coming back down the last turn. Last straightaway got this one wrapped up all day long. Coming back to the line, 20 bike. Lila Hicks. Hicks will pick up that 2 spot. Yang's on the move back to the line. 328 bike. Johnson will pick up the 3. Yang for the 4. Pour it for the 5. Out of Main Moto 45, Thomas, Johnson, Tenpenny, Kirby, Prunner, McGinnis. Charging out of the last straightaway, looking for it. Sandite BMX looking for a top spot. All the way back down to it. Who's it going to be? Back to the line, 173, Tenpenny. How about the 3rd 29 bike of Johnson? 90 in the 103. Prunner will get a 3. McGinnis will get a 4. Thompson will pick up a 5. Kirby will get a 6. Out of Main Moto 46. Main Moto 47, 15-year-old novice riders. Curl, Farrell, Buchanan. Running this one out of the last turn. Sandite BMX coming back through. Buchanan on the top spot. Runs it back to the line. How about Farrell for the 2? Curl for your 3. Out of Main Moto 47, Main Moto number 48. Boehner, Elkins, Lanning. Charging hard again down through that 3rd straight. keeping things wrapped up on this one, coming down that third straightaway. 433, Elkins rocking and rolling this one down the line into that last turn. They go, coming back through, 966. Boehner out front. Boehner will get it rolling back home. How about landing for the 2? And Elkins going to come out of that last turn, last straight, and get it wrapped up for that 3 spot. 17-20 Novice. Cheatham, Wilkins, Bailey, and Harrison, 36-40 Knobs. Coming out of the last. Whoa, there's the move right there. Left the door wide open. Amber Harrison came in hot. Coming back through. Jay Cheatham said, whoa, what happened, man? I didn't even see that coming. You can't leave the door open, bro. You knew she was coming to close it on you. Good stuff right there. 46-50 Novice. Eilers, Macklin, Nelson, Rodriguez, and Picard. Down through the 3 straight, in and out of that last turn. Got to be Arturo Rodriguez looking for a frontline run. Going to go 3 for 3 out of Houston, Texas. Back to the line. We're going to go to the 75 bike. Picard. Nelson to get a 3. Macklin to get a 4. Eilers to get a 5. Stepping up a notch now, 500 intermediates. Humphrey, Abbott, Guthrie, Jordan, Parsons, Van Trees, Trent, Foshi. Oh, lost one on the third straightaway. He's getting back up, bringing this one back through out of that last turn, last straightaway. 25 bike out front. How about Jordan? Jordan getting it done. Jordan Abbott, 1-2. Back to the stripe, 101 of Van Trees. Oh, no, the Gold Cup one. Madman Jordan just moved up right there. Your newest USA BMX expert, Maddox Jordan. Nice job, buddy. Getting a little loose right here today. Made it. Dotson, Pruitt, Trent, Kurth, Malin, Bonine, Clark, Meeks coming down the last straightaway. 117 bike out front. Got to be Pruitt. Back to the stripe. Pruitt gets the win on that one. The 49 bike of Clark will pick up that 2. It was a 19 bike of Trent getting that 3. Now to Main Moto 52, Main Moto 53 now. Netherton, Stinson, Class, Caster. 9-year-old intermediates, 53's your main moto number coming in the last straightaway. Wild card, Netherton looking for a top spot. Netherton coming back through. Class going to crank it up down the last straightaway. Class, Netherton, side by side, back to the stripe. Class will get the third round 1. Netherton will get the 2 and get the overall. Stinson will get a 3. Hey, what are you doing, man? Look at this guy. Just hanging out. Good to see you, Gerald. Crank, Kelly, Pointer, Roach, Ricks, Cheatham, Tillman, Lee. 17 bike out front. The Tillmanator, Tillman. Oh, was it Tillmanator? That was another one. Your newest USA BMX expert right there. Tillmanator. Tillman moves up on a Sunday fun day. Missouri boy. All right. 11-year-old intermediates down through the third straightaway. How about Ridland? Wake, Fowler, Elwell, and Cole. Luke on the top spot. Where's that Sand Springs crew at? Bring this one in that last turn, coming back around. Ridland looking for a top spot. Going to get the big win today, coming back down the last straight. Back to me now. How about the 19 bike of Fowler? Fowler picks up that 2 spot. 23, Elwell gets the 3. 35 in the 16. Cole picks up a 4. Walkie for a 5. Main Moto 56 now. Burden, Moody, Setzer. Driving into that last turn. Burden, Setzer. Tied up for the main event. Somebody's going crazy at the finish line right now. The firecracker, Burden. Burden bring this one back to the line. Setzer for the 2. Moody for your 3. Mom's going crazy. Wells, the Terrace, Hill, Cook, Johnson, Kraft, Coots, Smith. Charging into the last turn. Who's got the lead coming back around? Going to get this one wrapped up. 46 bike. Solo Rio Nataris coming back to the line. 71 bike on the 2 of Cook. How about the double deuce at 22? Johnson will get a 3. It's like Wills and Smith were side by side. Out of main moto 57, main moto number 58 now, 26. Running the show, the fly guy, Hart. Hart bringing this one back around. Fowler, Harris, Thompson, Morgan, Dial, Merritt, Mooring. Hart charges out of the last straightaway, coming back through. Another Sand Springs local, bringing this one back home. The fly guy, Hart, got aces all day long. Your newest USA BMX expert, the fly guy, Hart, turns it up on a Sunday fun day. The last straightaway back to the stripe, 37 by Kohler. Kohler looking for the ace of Gold Cup 1. Nickham picks up the 2. Looking like Smith was getting that 3 spot as they came back to the line out of Moto 59. Main Moto number 60 now, 17-20 intermediates. Goff, Hamilton, Picard, Young. Volsky looking for a way up front. Who's got the ace is going to be Cody Goff coming in out of that last turn. Freaking fast colors on the front line. Back to us. He'll get it done one more time as we come back down the last straightaway. 21 bike on the 2. Volsky coming back through. 542 by Kai Young will pick up the 3. (21-25) intermediates. Main moto number 61. Take it upstairs. Tyler coming down the 3 straightaway. He's got the aces in. Can he get the 3rd one? Got a hot lap going into that last turn. Tonka bring this one back through. One of our track crew guys, one of our track builders coming back through. He's helping out for the weekend. Going to go Tyler Chapik back to the stripe. Novenko for the 2. Pruitt for your 3. (36-40) intermediates. Divine, Brum, Lump, Cohen in and out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway. 57 bike out front. Brum Daddy Brum coming down the 3 straightaway. Trying to make it happen right now as we head forward in and out of that last turn. Coming back through, looking for a front line, coming back at us. Got the 57 bike. Brum Daddy trying to get it done. Lum going to crank it up down the last straightaway. Lum, Brum, 1-2, back to the line. 332, Divine will get a 3, Cone will get a 4. (46-50) intermediates now. Main moto number 63, Solo Rio, Hill, Ennis, Van Auken, Cole, Bly, Broadway. Let's see who's got it going on in and out of that second turn. 3rd straightaway. T-Town Bikes, the 56 out front. Broadway getting it done. He's running this one. Bly, Cole, Van Auken, Ennis, Hill, Solo Rio. Down through the 3 straight, bringing him into that last turn. Looking for a 2 spot. Got to be Solo Rio out of the last turn. Another Hardesty local bringing this one back home. Got that 3rd spot locked down right now. 2-cycle Michaels of Van Auken on the 23. Van Auken will get it done with Ennis coming back through for the 4. Get it wrapped up right there out of main moto number 63. Main moto 64. 56 and overs. You guys are gassed. That's it. It's a wrap. They're done. They're like, you know what? We're cruising it in. Then we're going to go have a couple of cold sodas later. Sauter up and Dr. J. Nolan. Bring him back through. A little salute to the old guys. 56 and overs. 57 and 63 years young out there having a little BMX fun for the day, talking about the afternoon. They'll bring it back through. Welcome to the Girls Club. Here we go with the ladies right now. Bonine, Clark, Murray, Luo, Dotson. Little ladies coming back through, in and out of that last turn, second turn, third straightaway. Charlotte Luo, fierce competitor up front. You see the race face on her. She's going by. She is not playing around. She gets it done. Luo, SeaTac, local out of North Bend, Washington. She'll come down that 3 straight, bring them back through one more time. Clark, Murray, Dotson, Luo, Bonine, 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 3-year-old out on the track. As they come back down the last straightaway, Luo going to get it done 3 for 3. She'll sweep the weekend in the girls' club. Back to the line. Clark will get the 2 spot. To the stripe, we're going to go. Bonine will get a 3. Oh, no, we lost little Blakey there, the 3-year-old. We're going to get her checked out. Got Brecca Murray, 4 years young, coming down the last straightaway. She's like, wait, what happened, Blake? Coming back to the line. Brecca will get that 4 spot. How about it for little Blakey Dotson out there, 3 years young? Give her some love. Give her some love. Getting the clean sweep of the weekend going right now. Bad to the bone. I'm not retired this weekend, Grandpa. Kenneth Jones down the 3 straightaway. Snell, Novi, Lyle, Spears, Mings working this one out. Jones putting the hurt down on it down the 3rd straightaway. She'll sweep the weekend, go 3 for 3 in the 6-year-old ladies class. Got it locked up, bring it back through. Grandpa had to pull some bribes out, and we got ice cream on the line. Might have to go shopping for new stuff. Emmy Spears on the 2 spot. Brings it back through. Going to be Novi. Novi for the 3. Snell for the 4. Out of main Moto 66, main Moto 67. Evans, Wesley, Bates, Farley, Shepard, McLaughlin. Evans down the 3 straight. Got the lock on the top spot. Trying to make it happen. McLaughlin coming back through. Last straight action coming back at us now. Got the wrap up on the top spot. Nag 7 bike, Gold Cup 3, back to the line. How about Evans? McLaughlin, 1, 2, 3 in the Gold Cup 1. Shepard will get the 3. Wesley will get a 4. As they come out of main Moto 67, main Moto number 68. On track as they head out of the second turn. 3rd straightaway, Reeves, Walgren, Carr, Holiday. Little MJ Holiday out front. She's got the lock on the top spot. She'll drive this one back through in and out of that last turn. Rolling things along now. Gold Cup 3 of Walgren. Walgren picks it up on that 2. Holiday, Walgren, 1, 2, back to the stripe. Gold Cup 2. Reeves going to get that 3. Reeves will get the 3. Carr will get the 4. Moonivar, Sandman, Salemi, Bates down the 3rd straightaway. Got to be Sour Patch. Salemi on that top spot. She's trying to get the clean run down the 3rd straightaway. Trying to hang tight on this one as they come back out of that last turn. Still got this one wrapped up. Sour Patch, Salemi on the top spot. Back to the line. Salemi, Moonivar, 1, 2. Salmon on the 3. Bates on the 4. Dotson, Cummings, Noyola, Anderson, Welburn, Shepard in and out of the second turn. Welburn. Noyola been battling it all weekend long. Let's see if Dynamite Daisy can get it done on the Sunday Fun Day. Welburn's had her dialed in all weekend. Looks like Dynamite Daisy's got the low points. Just got to stay on that 2 spot to make it happen as she comes down the last straightaway. Coming back home, got it wrapped up. Looks like it's going to be Welburn, Noyola, Shepard, and Anderson. Got the 11-year-old ladies up on deck right now. Your number 1 bike out of Spokane, Washington, Sophia McCain. On your Gold Cup number 3 out of Minnesota, Nevaeh Larson. On your 16 bike out of Stillwater, Oklahoma, Scarlett Zerme. On your J bike out of Roanoke, Texas, Crystal Wallace. And on your number 2 bike out of Rolette, Texas, Riley Bates. Little battle royale going on with this one down that 1st straightaway. The local girl, Keely Nelson, crashed out hard on one day, and she couldn't make it the rest of the weekend, so she was out of the group, but we got it going on right now. McCain, Larson, Zerme, Wallace, and Bates Driving this one down that second straightaway. Mayhem McCain on the top spot. She's got the lock on this one. Larson looking for the 2 down the 3 straightaway. How about Ricochet Bates on that 3 spot? Charging hard right now. Crystal the Pistol Wallace. Wallace trying to get in the game into that last turn, but it's all McCain out front. Mayhem bringing this one out of the last straightaway one more time as she comes on back through. McCain, Larson, 1-2, back to the stripe, looking for Bates on that 3 spot. Bates will get the 3. The J bike, Wallace will pick up a 4. 16 bike, Zerme will pick up the 5 out of Made Moto 71, Made Moto 72. 13-year-old ladies on deck. On your 1 bike out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma, Madeline Baker. On your R bike out of Lincoln, Nebraska, Kate Hansen. On your National Age Group number 8 bike out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Camden Cole. On your L bike out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, Athena Dune. On your World number 2 bike out of Ukiah, California, Sequoia Gomalicki. On your K bike out of Pearland, Texas, Brooklyn Hale. And on your Gold Cup number 1 out of St. Peters, Missouri, Ireland Kelly. Scoop, Skomalicki on the top spot, out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Hansen looking for the 2. Baker trying to ramp things up with Cole, Dune, Gomalicki, Hale, Kelly working this one out. It's all Scoops in and out of that second turn, third straightaway. She's driving it by, going to bring it back through right now. Got it locked in with Hansen, Hale working it out. Cherry Bomb trying to crank it up with Camden Cole, but putting a clean sweep on the weekend right now on the way back through. It's all Scoops, Gomalicki on the top spot. One more time on a Sunday Fun Day. She brings this one back home. Give a little shout out to Mark back home. I know he's watching. Hansen on the 2 spot. Hale baking up for the 3. Dune for the 4. Cole for the 5. 14-year-old ladies up next on deck, ready to go. Your Gold Cup 2 out of Minden, Nebraska, Kira Crane. On your number 4 bike out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, Charlie Baschetti. On your National Age Junior number 12 bike out of Dallas, Texas, Brickell Wilson. On your C bike out of Minden, Nebraska, Adair Crane. On your B bike out of Wichita, Kansas, Kayla Keener. On your national number 2 bike out of Midlothian, Texas, Lily Ashley. On your world number 2 bike out of Red Oak, Texas, Natalia Kovacs. And on your A bike out of Austin, Texas, Aria Rodriguez. Diamond Lil Ashley's got the aces locked in. She'll drive it down that first straightaway one more time. Yeah, give me the air show today, Diamond Lil. Out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. She likes to take things up top. Up, down the 2 straightaway. Wilson on that 2 spot. Kovacs on the 3. Ladies are putting on a show right now. 14-year-old girls as they head into turn number 2. Driving this one back through that third straightaway. It's all Diamond Lil. Ashley on the top spot. Ashley Wilson, 1-2. Kovacs on the 3 down the third straightaway. Everybody's charging for home right now, trying to get that podium swept up. It's all Diamond Lil Ashley. She'll go 3 for 3 for the weekend as well as she takes it down the last straight one more time. Looking for Wilson on that 2 spot. Kovacs on the 3. Back to the stripe ready to go. Crane will get a 4. B in the C bike. Come on in. Keener will get a 5. Crane will get a 6. That was it for the 14-year-old ladies. 15, 16 girls up next. On your number 2 bike, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Layla Marshall. On your 6 bike, out of Sand Springs, Oklahoma, Emily Wells. On your 4 bike, out of Big Lake, Minnesota, Chloe Leach. On your National Age Group number 8 bike, out of Illinois, Grace McMillan. On your G bike, out of Cambridge, Minnesota, Bella White. On your Gold Cup number 1 bike, out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, Alma Stokel. On your 1 bike, out of Moore, Oklahoma, Kiara Sherrill. And on your world number 2 bike, out of Henderson, Nevada, Presley Gould. Presley got a big pop on this one, driving it downtown. The fastest lady in the group today as she heads into turn number 1. Let's see if Kiara Sherrill can try to chase her out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Taking it upstairs on the G bike. Got to be Bella White. White trying to ramp things up, but Gould's got everything under control, headed into that second turn, third straightaway. Cheryl trying to put all her Kate's weights training together right now. White takes it upstairs down the third straightaway. Everybody's trying to make it happen on the way back through. Last turn coming back around. Gould on the top spot. One more time as she comes down the last straightaway. Gould, Cheryl, 1-2 down the last straightaway. White picks it up on that 3 spot. Stokel coming in for the 4 and McMillan for your 5. Out of Maiden Moto 74, 1720 ladies up next. On your 6 bike out of Oldsmar, Florida, Sailor Goodell. On your 819 bike out of Middleburg, Florida, Riley Jordan. On your number 2 bike out of Bedford, Texas, Shelby Elder. On your H bike out of Redding, California, Briella Barrett. On your 11 bike out of Red Oak, Texas, Summer Soto. On your number 4 bike out of Punta Gorda, Florida, Alma Pinerio. On your National Age Group number 4 bike out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Savannah Stokes. And on your National number 3 bike out of Tempe, Arizona, Darren Merton. USA Cycling Junior National Champion as of yesterday. Darren Merton will take this one down that first straightaway. Stokes made the podium with her as well as we come out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Got Panero picking up on that 3 spot. Elder back on the 4, but the ladies will take it upstairs as they drive it in and out of that second turn, third straightaway. In and out we go. It's all Merton. Stokes 1-2 down the third straight. Panero trying to ramp things up. She's looking for a spot on the podium. Let's see what happens on the way into that last turn. Stokes keeps the door locked up tight. It's all Merton on the top spot. Merton, Stokes still 1-2 down the last straightaway. Panerio picks it up on the 3, back to the line. Elder for that 4 spot. Going to be the 11 bike of Soto. Get the 5 to the stripe. They go out of Main Moto 75. Main Moto 76. On your 640 bike out of Aubrey, Texas, Sally McClaskey. On your National Age Group number 11 bike out of Isani, Minnesota, Kim Farley. On your National Age Group number 1 bike out of Owasso, Oklahoma, Aaron Moore. On your National number 85 bike out of Omaha, Nebraska, Kyla Reed. And on your 5 bike out of Topeka, Kansas, Sydney Aiken. Moore and Reed headed down the first straightaway. Dropping in now that first turn down that 2 straightaway. Got to be too sweet. Kyla Reed takes it upstairs. Throw a nice little whip on it. All right, we go down that 2 straightaway. They've been battling it out all weekend long. Moore, Reed, 1-2 as they head in now that second turn down the 3 straightaway. Reed will throw some style on it along the way as we go down that third straight, getting things locked in. Got to be Kim Possible, Farley. And McClaskey rounding it up, top 4 as they head down that third straight, bring them into that last turn, but it's all too sweet out front. Landstar colors coming back around. Reed takes it up top a couple more times. I think she may end up making the style check this weekend as well as we come back to the line. Farley will get a 3, back to the stripe. McClaskey you get a 4, Aiken for your 5. Main Moto number 77, 41-50 ladies on deck on your Gold Cup number 2 bike out of Baldwin City, Kansas, Vanessa Mayo. On your 927 bike out of Port Charlotte, Florida, Jennifer Chambers. On your 17 bike out of Del City, Oklahoma, Christina Gaylor. And on your National Age Group number 11 bike out of Luther, Oklahoma, Jamie Harwick. Gaylor will kick it off again down the first straightaway. She's going to charge hard into turn number 1. Got the aces locked in. I think she's locking it up on both bikes this weekend, going for the full 6er. Trying to make it happen right now. Harwick, Chambers, Mayo, Gaylor working it out. Gaylor trying to get the old 6-pack going on for the weekend as she heads down the 2 straightaway. Harwick on that 2 spot. Lost one down the front straightaway. We'll get her checked out. She's getting back up. We'll give her some love over there. Out of the second turn, third straightaway. Gaylor charging hard right now. Harwick on the 2 spot. Down the third straightaway. Chambers back on that 3. Looks like we lost Mayo back on that first straightaway. She's back up, though. Give her some love on the way back through. Last turn action coming back at us. Gaylor airs it out one more time for the weekend. Gets the full 6-pack going on. Back to the stripe. That's the way it's going to go. Harwick for that 2 spot. We'll bring Chambers back around for the 3. And Mayo back up and on the track over there on that 2 straightaway. Give her some love on the way back through. Last of the girls club on deck right now. Locked, loaded, ready to go. On your number 2 bike out of Hastings, Minnesota, Stephanie Johnson. On your national age group number 3 bike out of Littleton, Colorado, Paula Maresh. On your national age group number 8 bike out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, Kenna Barkley. On your 18 bike out of Houston, Texas, Ingrid Melchert. On your national age group number 5 bike out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Tracy O'Brien. Hit on your Gold Cup number 1 bike out of Benton, Kansas. Sang the national anthem for us this morning. Got us all started up. Teresa Goebel. Marash, O'Brien, Barkley down the first straightaway. Let's see who's going to get things going right now. Barkley's got the 3s. O'Brien's got the pair of 2s. O'Brien going into that first turn hot right now. Going to try to put it back on. Marash throws a little manual on that one. No, the girls club, they're not playing around. This is the last of the ladies right here. 51 and over is coming back through. They've still got some skills out there. They're bringing them back through. In and out of the second turn, third straightaway. Maresh putting it down. O'Brien's on the move. Barkley's on the charge for it down the third straightaway. Melcher trying to get in the game right now as they head for home. Goebel working this one out. With Johnson down the last straight, they're going to go. It's on Maresh on the top spot. As we finish up the weekend, I think she swept it all the way through the weekend as well. O'Brien on that 2, back on the line. Barkley for the 3. Melcher for the 4 as they come back through. Johnson and Goebel finish it up. That'll be the last of the girls club there. We're going to go on a little bit of a commercial break, and we'll be right back. All right, back to the program now. Going to load the gate up with the 6-year-old expert boys. Main moto number 79. Welcome back to the program. Day number 3 here in Hardesty National Stadium. Legacy National, day number 3. On your national age group number 6 bike out of New Jersey, Lachlan Hunt. On your national age group number 14 bike out of Blue Springs, Missouri, Kane Combs. On your national age group number 11 bike out of Paradise, California, Duke Baker. On your 4 bike out of Appleton, Wisconsin, Beckham Hansen. On your 18 bike out of Wright City, Missouri, Lance Brindle. And on your national age group number 3 bike out of Dayton, Ohio, Kendall Hortzman. Hortzman coming out of the first, down that first straightaway, straight out of the gate, going to get things kicked into high gear. Is that Superfan Lou over there on the fence line? I see you over there, Lou. Coming out of the first turn down the second straightaway, got this one wrapped up, locked and loaded down the 2 straightaway. Hortzman running the show right now. Hortzman, Hansen, 1 and 2. Hansen's got the aces, but Horstman's got the drive on this one into that second turn. If he can put Hansen back a couple of spots, he can get the overall, but we'll see what happens down through that third straightaway. 18 bike on that 3 spot of Brindle. Brindle hanging tight on the 3 down the third straightaway. Hansen still in a 2. It's all Horstman out front, though. He'll run the show out of that last turn. Crank it up one more time. Looking for the third round ace, but looks like Hansen will end up with the overall as they come on back down the last straightaway. Horstman handle 1-2. Hansen 1-2. Brindle, Baker 3-4. So they come across the stripe out of main moto number 79. Main moto 80 on deck right now, 7-year-old experts. On your 1 bike at a Fall Creek, Wisconsin, Jake Kurth. On your National Age Group number 5 bike at a Bloomington, Indiana, Jethro Salva. On your 34 bike at a Raytown, Missouri, Austin Miller. On your 11 bike at a Wichita, Kansas, Joaquin Nunez. On your National Age Group 12 bike at a Houston, Texas, Odin Guthrie. And on your ROC number 1 out of Little Rock, Arkansas for SRT BMX, Ezra Bailey. Jethro, big shot out of the gate right there. Oh, I think he learned that one from the captain, Nick Long, man, down the first straightaway. Got it wrapped up right now. Jethro Salva on the top spot out of the first or second straightaway. Bailey looking for the 2. Guthrie, Nunez, Miller, and Kurth coming down that second straight. But it's all Jethro, impact rider, keeping things locked in right now. Everybody's got to chase him down. The 2 straightaway in and out of that second turn, third straight action. His long game is strong. Salva on the front line coming down the third straightaway. Miller picking it up on that 2 spot. Salva's looking for that low point, trying to get the overall today as they come back through the third straightaway. Miller picks it up for the 2 down that 3 straightaway. Nunez, Guthrie, Bailey, Kurth, all trying to find a way up front. In and out of that last straight, back to the line. Salva goes wire to wire, back to the stripe. He's going to go C-bike. Bailey takes the 2. Looks like it was Miller for that 3. Back to us out of main moto number 80. Downrider getting back up over there. Let's give him some love. Bring him back through. There's a replay for the folks at home. Let's see what happened there. Oh, just got a little squeezed over. They moved over on each other right out of the gate over that big step up. Lost some real estate there, and that was it. All right, main moto 81 on deck. 8-year-old experts. On your number 2 bike out of Longmont, Colorado, Hero Baxter. On your National Age Group number 18 bike out of Overland Park, Kansas, Weston Shepard. On your 1 bike out of Paradise, California, Arlo Baker. On your Gold Cup number 2 bike out of Eagle, Colorado, just turned up expert this weekend, Finn Newell. On your National Age Group number 10 bike out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, Michael Goodner. On your 7 bike out of Princeton, Minnesota, Jordan Escalona. On your ROC number 1 out of Carlisle, Iowa, Asher King. And on your National Age Group number 9 bike out of San Martin, California, Trevin Cunningham. Big shot out of Cunningham. Goodner, King down the first straightaway. King going to put a little manual in it, try to get a little backside going on into turn number 1. We'll drive this one out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Cunningham's got a lock on this one. He's got the fastest lap time in the group. Let's see if he can prove it in the main event. Going down the 2 straightaway. King looking for that 2 spot. Goodner going to do a little shopping on him. Escalona driving it in and out of turn number 2 down the 3 straightaway. Still got Cunningham. King 1-2. Goodner on the 3 spot. Trying to make it happen down that third straight. Trying to ramp things up. Escalona gets around Goodner into the last turn. Here they go. Cunningham on the drive down the last straightaway. King trying to get up on that top spot. Back to the stripe. Gonna go Cunningham, King, Escalona, Goodner. Back to us. Great racing right there as they all come back home for the 8-year-old expert class. 9-year-old experts up next. On your number 31 bike, out of Lafayette, Louisiana, Asher, England. On your Gold Cup number 2, out of Yukon, Oklahoma, Max Wiggins. On your 24 bike, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Bodie Beal. On your world number 7 bike, out of Bloomington, Illinois, Spencer Sullivan. On your F bike, out of Springfield, Oregon, Elijah Emery. On your National Age Group 19 bike, out of Bethel, Minnesota, Jackson Brutzman. On your National Age Group number 18 bike, out of Oak Grove, Minnesota, Reed Vanderheiden. And on your National Age Group number 16 bike, out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, Grayson Lander. Let's see who's got the horsepower downtown. Ameriprise trying to get that top spot. Brutzman, Vanderheiden, Lander, Emery, Sullivan, Beal, Wiggins. England headed into that first turn. Ameriprise on the 1-2, but here comes Lander down the second straightaway. He's getting some backside right now. He's trying to drive it into that second turn. Who's got the lock on this one? In and out of turn number 2. Going to be the 18 bike, Vanderheiden, Lander, Brutzman, 1, 2, 3. Emery on the 4 spot. The Ameriprise squeeze going on right now as they head into that last turn. Let's see if Lander can get up on the top spot, take over the program down the last straightaway. Vanderheiden getting it done. He's bringing this one back through. Vanderheiden, Lander, 1, 2, back to the stripe. Brutzman will get the 3. Emery will get a 4. Sullivan will get a 5. Some good racing right there out of main moto number 82. Main moto 83 on deck, ready to roll. On your H bike out of North Richland Hills, Texas, Wade Shirley. On your 7 bike out of Waxahachie, Texas, Hudson Briggs. On your National Age Group 14 bike out of Waco, Texas, Dominic Tremillo. On your J bike out of Oklahoma, Zayden Eubanks. On your 13 bike out of Peoria, Arizona, Jamison Taylor. On your number 4 bike out of Davenport, Iowa, Broder Peterson. On your L bike out of Red Oak, Texas, Liam Kovacs. And on your world number 1 bike out of Collinsville, Oklahoma, Skylar Despopoulos. All right, the gate is down. Big wheel pull from Despopoulos. Get a little extra backside down that first straightaway. Still the fastest guy in the group by almost a full second on these guys as they head out of the first turn, second straightaway. Despopoulos, Eubanks, 1, 2, coming down the 2 straightaway. Kovacs trying to get in the game right now. Let's see what he can do with Peterson. Peterson's on the charge. Despopoulos trying to sweep the weekend on the home turf down the 3rd straightaway. Eubanks on that 2 spot, keeping things locked and loaded down the 3 straightaway with Kovacs. Kovacs on the 3, but nobody's touching Showtime on a Sunday. Fun day as he brings it back through one more time. Despopoulos gets it wrapped up. Mr. Eubanks hanging tight on that 2 spot. Kovacs back on the 3, back to the line. The 4 and the 13 bike. Peterson will get a 4. Taylor will get a 5. Out of main moto 83. 11X up next. Main moto 84. On your 29 bike out of Norman, Oklahoma, Easton Hughes. On your National Age Group number 8 bike out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, Cruz Gallegos. On your Gold Cup number 3 bike out of Des Moines, Iowa, Jack Latigue. On your 984 bike out of Aruba, Kalen Wooters. On your 12 bike out of Canyon Lake, Texas, Aquilian Salazar. On your National Age Group 19 bike out of Louisiana, Ryder Johnson. On your ROC number 1 out of San Antonio, Texas, Kyler Pope. And on your national number 5 bike out of Henderson, Nevada, Trenton Paxman. Eleven-year-old experts down the first straightaway. Got a pretty good race going on with Pope, Paxman. Johnson trying to swing it on the low side. Paxman trying to stay calm, not do anything too hasty yet as he drives this one down the second straightaway. Let's see what he's got going into turn number 2. Paxman knows how to wait it out, and he can lay down the track speed. Let's see if he can get up on that top of the box right now with Johnson coming down the third straightaway. 12 bike trying to make it happen to Salazar. Oh, there goes Paxman right now. Made the move down the 3 straightaway. He's going to bring it back home. Pope on that 2 spot. Johnson on the 3. Let's see what Salazar's got. Let's see if he can get on the box. Back to the stripe. Paxman, Pope, 1-2. Johnson, Salazar, and Wooters. Great racing right there. Like I said, man, Paxman knows how to stay patient. He waited it out. He made the move and made it count. Main moto number 85 on deck, ready to roll. On your national age group number 16 bike out of Aruba, Zion Angela. On your G bike out of Carbondale, Colorado, Grafton Merriam. On your 1 bike out of Minnesota, Uriah Larson. On your national age group number 10 bike out of Littleton, Colorado, Charlie Noyola. On your F bike out of Wichita, Kansas, Gage Thomas. On your 11 bike out of Owasso, Oklahoma, Philip Burgers. On your 2 bike out of Owasso, Oklahoma, Chase Meringue. And on your national number 69 bike out of Jones, Oklahoma, Chase Harp. Big pop out of Harp down the first straightaway. Definitely the fastest guy in this group. Got about a second faster lap than these guys when he can put it together. Larson on the 2 spot out of the first turn down the second straightaway. Gnarly Charlie Noyola. Everybody takes it upstairs trying to get that backside. Coming down the 2 straightaway. Trying to drive this one. Zion Angela. Angela on the 4 spot. Trying to get to a podium. In and out of turn number 2 down the 3rd straightaway. Got to hit the marks just right down the 3 straight. They go. Harp getting this one wrapped up right now. Harp, Larson still 1-2. Larson hanging tight on that 2 spot. Gnarly Charlie Noyola back on the 3 spot as he drives down the last straightaway. Noyola tried to get back to it. Going to go Angela for the 4, Meringue for the 5. Main moto number 86 on deck. 13-year-old experts. On your 35 bike out of Victorville, California, Jordan Walker. On your national age group number 16 bike out of Owasso, Oklahoma, Carson Moore. On your national number 78 bike out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, Jacob Tyson. On your 13 bike out of St. Francis, Minnesota, Henry freaking Linners. On your national age group number 5 bike out of Vail, Arizona, Michael Hoffman. On your 7 bike out of Surprise, Arizona, Keegan Skinner. On your national age group number 14 bike out of Carroll Stream, Illinois, William Wettendorf. And on your world number 3 bike out of Ovila, Texas, Crosby Backer. Big shot out of Backer. Morgan trying to ramp things up from the outside. Let's see if he can get things going into turn number 1. Backer, Wettendorf, Skinner, Hoffman, Leonard, Tyson, Moore, Walker out of the first, third, second straightaway. Bolchow getting it done out front. It's all Backer. J&R colors headed into turn number 2. He's got this one fired off with Wettendorf on that 2 spot. In and out of that second turn, third straightaway. Keegan Skinner. Skinner and Leonard's trying to roll it down the 3 straightaway. But nobody's touching Backer right now as he heads into the last straight, coming back around. Backer, Wettendorf on the 1-2. Back down the last straightaway. Skinner's on that 3 spot. But it's all Bolchow, wire to wire on the World 3 bike. He'll come back to the line. Henry freaking Leonard is going to get the 4. Back at us out of main moto 86. No. Tyson, Rivera, Sirota, Sanders, Bowman, Taylor, Lacone, and Sizemore. Out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Tyson on the top spot right now. Tyson getting it done. The Alaska pole, Rivera. Oh, Tyson! Oh, Rivera jams the brakes on it. He gets through the carnage. Down the third straightaway. Taylor on that 2 spot now. Tyson's back up. We'll give him some love. Coming back around. Oh, Rivera got balled up right there. Oh, Sanders coming in hot out of the last turn, last straightaway. Definitely going to have to get the replay on this one as we come back through. Rivera, Sanders, Bowman, Taylor, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's get a replay on that one for the folks at home and see what happened to Tyson going into that second turn and see what Rivera did to get out of the way. Tyson came in hot, just washed the wheel out. You could see Rivera just grabs full brake right there, pushes the bike a little with the first turn with the front wheel, and just plows on through, man. That was luck of the day for Rivera right there. Tough break for Tyson. Not the way he wanted to finish it out, but it looks like he might be all right. He's just sitting it out there, trying to collect his thoughts. It looks like we got the next one on deck. On your Gold Cup number 3 bike out of Brighton, Colorado, Shane Matthews. On your 5 bike out of St. Peters, Missouri, Beckett Struck. On your National Egypt 20 bike out of New Jersey, Mario Bertoli. On your 8 bike out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Brody Nelson. On your 25 bike out of Blue Springs, Missouri, Cassius Combs. On your 7 bike out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Corello Brown. And on your 19 bike out of Cincinnati, Ohio, Ozzie Rowe. Take him down the first straightaway. Brown, Bertoli. Oh, Brown almost looped it out, but he saved it into that first turn. Looks like it's got to be Nelson. Nelson on that 3 spot. Some of the local boys trying to get on the podium today as they go down the 2 straightaway. Let's see what we got going into turn number 2. Bertoli, Brown, Nelson, 1, 2, and 3 down the 3rd straightaway. 19 bike, the Ozman. Rowe trying to crank things up along the way. 3rd straight action coming back through. 15X, Bertoli running the top spot. He's going to bring this one back out of that last turn. Aces all day for Bertoli. Back to the line. Brown going to get the 2. Nelson for the 3. Rowe for the 4. 16-year-old experts on deck right now on your number 2 bike. Out of St. Cloud, Minnesota, my name is Earl Stokel. How about on your 4 bike out of Snowmass, Colorado, Max Gunning. On your 3 bike out of Kansas City, Missouri, Jasper Kennedy. On your National Age Group number 18 bike out of Newcastle, California, Rowdy Holzer. On your National Age Group 13 bike out of Willamar, California, Dylan Reeder. On your 999 bike out of Palm Springs, Florida, Evan Esposito. On your 888 bike out of Ukiah, California, Gage Gomalicki. And on your National Age Group number 9 bike out of Glendale, Arizona, Justin Perkins. Esposito, Gomalicki, Dr. J. Perkins. Perkins got a pretty good drive into that first turn, but Esposito going to close the door on him right there as they head out of the first turn down the 2nd straightaway. USA Cycling, brand new junior national champion. He's bringing this one back through. All the rage by Gage, the long, tall Gomalicki coming into that 2nd turn down the 3rd straightaway. Perkins got to chase him down. Down the 3 straight, we're going to go. Holzer trying to find a way in the mix. Gomalicki trying to get around him right there. Got a little jammed up. Can he pull him down the last straightaway? Esposito, Gomalicki back to the line. Esposito. No, Gomalicki got him. Gomalicki at the line right there. Esposito on the 2. Perkins on the 3. Holzer on the 4. The transponders of truth don't lie. On the next one, 1720 expert up on deck. On your 6 bike out of Carbondale, Colorado, Campbell Maben. On your 899 bike out of Yorktown, Virginia, Dawson McDonald. On your National Age Group 16 bike out of Fort Collins, Colorado, Cashton Binge. On your 518 bike out of Waldale, Arizona, Nate Loy. On your National Age Group number 19 bike out of Las Vegas, Nevada, Brady O'Neill. On your 3 bike out of San Jose, California, Deegan Brown. On your 727 bike out of Clearwater, Florida, Matthew Wirtz. And on your 731 bike out of Indiana, Ethan Popovich. Popovich had lane choice, but he picked lane 8. We'll see what happens down the first straightaway. Going down that first straight, got to be Lloyd. Lloyd taking that. Cash and Binge. Shows everybody a wheel, but here he comes from outside. Got to be Ethan All. Popovich down the 2 straightaway. Downtown Deegan Brown. In and out of the 2nd turn. Three straight going on right now. Lloyd Bench working this one out for the podium. But nobody's touching Popovich. Had the lane choice, went full Nick Kimman on lane 8, and he's going to take it down the last straightaway. He'll bring this one back to the line. Popovich, Brown, Loy, Binge, O'Neill, McDonald. Woo-hoo-hoo. I told you guys, man, he doesn't have the best gate, so you might as well go outside and give yourself a clean lane downtown. Main Moto 91 on deck. On your 60 bike out of Derby, Kansas, Jordan Moyer. On your National Age Group number 18 bike out of Louisville, Texas, Cruz Duran. And on your Gold Cup number 2 out of North Little Rock, Arkansas, Ian McCauley. Duran on the top spot. He'll bring this one down that second straightaway. Missed the first go around, but he's looking ultra smooth right now. Cruz in and out of the second turn down the 3 straightaway. McCauley picks it up on that 2 spot. Moyer coming down the 3rd straightaway. Keeping things nice and smooth on the way back around. 21-25 experts on the way back through. Last turn, Duran will take a little wire-to-wire run in the 3rd go around, and that's the way it'll go. Right there, McCauley on the 2, Moyer on your 3. 26-35 experts on deck. Main Moto 92 on your 699 bike out of Austin, Texas, Chris Hilbrich. On your 919 bike out of Charlotte, North Carolina, Eder Martins. On your National Age Group 14 bike out of Phoenix, Arizona, Jonathan Medeiros. And on your National Age Group number 11 bike out of Plano, Texas, by way of Mexico, Juan Pedrahita. Medeiros going to try to put the remix on the top spot down the 1st straightaway. Hilbrich has got the aces, though. He's got a little extra pull going into turn number 1. Martin's trying to ramp it up down the 2 straightaway. Pedrahita's on the move now. Keeping things locked in going into turn number 2. Oh, Medeiros might have fouled the plug right there. He says, yeah, man, that's about all I got. Coming out of that 2nd turn, 3rd straightaway. Hilbrich on the front line. He's going to bring this one back through that 3rd straightaway one more time. How about Martins on that 2 spot? Hilbrich, Martins, 1-2. Pedrahita for the 3. And Medeiros for the 4. That's the way it'll go. For the boys out of Main Moto 92, Main Moto number 93. On your number 1 bike out of Seminole, Texas, Gilbert Contreras. On your 6 bike out of Layton, Utah, Zach Randall. On your 55 bike out of Katy, Texas, Justin Meade. On your number 10 bike out of Wright City, Missouri, Richard Brindle. And on your 616 bike out of Grandview, Texas, Ryan Zwerkel. Contreras taking it down the 1st straightaway. Going to get things locked in on that top spot. He'll send it down the 2 straightaway right now. I think he's going for the full 6-pack of the weekend. He's been cleaning house. He's been on a rampage lately. Yeah, take it upstairs. Contreras in and out of that 2nd turn. Down the 3rd straight, we're going to go. Swerkel on that 2 spot. Brindle, Meade, Randall, Contreras working it out. Down the line they go. Bring these guys in that last turn. One last time for the weekend. It's all Contreras on the top spot. He'll get the clean sweep on both bikes. Picked up the 6-pack. Back to the striper to go. Swerkel in the 10 bike of Brindle. 2-3, back to the line. Out of Main Moto 93, Main Moto 94, 41-45, experts on deck. On your ROC number 1, out of Spring, Texas, Zach Challens. On your number 3 bike, out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, Michael Gresham. On your number 2 bike, out of Lincoln, Nebraska, Alex Snell. On your 105 bike, out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Lance Gunter. And on your National Age Group number 16 bike, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, Zach Howarth. Challenge to get the boys kicked into high gear one more time. Gresham going to try to ramp it up and head on into that first turn. Let's see what he's got. Missed the first go-around, got a 3 in the second go-around. Let's see if he can put something together in that third go-around. Howarth ramping it up, going into turn number 2. Jallens on the top spot, in and out of that second turn. Gresham coming in hot. Jallens running out of real estate, though. Eyes wide open, though. He's got it locked in down the third straightaway. Jallens trying to ramp this one up into that last turn. Gresham taking control on the way back through. Howarth, he's on the move now. He makes a nice move on the last straightaway. The podium spot's working out, though. Back to the line. Gresham, Jallens, Howarth, 1, 2, 3. Main model number 95 on deck, 46 to 50 experts. On your 55 bike out of Valley Brook, Oklahoma, Michael Cranfill. On your 23 bike out of Glenpool, Oklahoma, Randall Clannon. On your National Age Group number 4 bike out of Santa Clarita, California, Kirk Landine. On your 6 bike out of Sierra Vista, Arizona, Brian Randolph. On your 106 bike out of Shawnee, Oklahoma, Brandon Smith. And on your National Age Group number 819 bike out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona, John Baschetti. Another drive downtown, mean Kirk Landine trying to get things fired into that first turn. Knows he's got Randolph in the hip pocket going in and out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Everybody charging hard on this one. Baschetti, Smith, Randolph, Clannon, Cranfill working it out. The big boys taking it upstairs. 46 to 50s in and out of that second turn. Down the third straightaway, it's all lean, mean, Landine on that top spot, keeping things locked in. Baschetti looking for the 2. Randolph on that 3. Randolph's got the 2 locked in for the third go-round. Trying to get things wrapped up back to the line, but it's all Landine back to the stripe. Landine, Randolph, Baschetti, 1, 2, 3. Back to the line with the 106 bike. Smith. Main model number 96 on deck, 51 to 55 experts. On your 34 bike out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, John O'Brien. On your number 3 bike out of Houston, Texas, Jorge Vergara. On your Gold Cup number 3 bike out of North Little Rock, Arkansas, Rob McCauley. On your 133 bike out of Yukon, Oklahoma, James Cordova. And on your National Age Group number 6 bike out of Waxahachie, Texas, Rob Drolet. Drolet going to bring this one down that first straightaway, going to get things locked in, looking for a top spot. In and out of turn number 1, going to bring it back around with O'Brien on the 2. O'Brien, McCauley, 1, 2, 3, coming down the third straightaway, second straightaway. Vergara, he's ramping it up a little bit right now as they head into that second turn, but it's all premier colors out front. Drolet looking over the shoulder for a second right there, just checking on the rest of the boys. O'Brien picks it up for that 2 spot. Coming down the third straightaway, McCauley going to get that 3 locked in as they head for home. Down the line we go, bring this one back through, in and out of that last turn. O'Brien, Drolet, McCauley working it out. Drolet going to bring this one back through, 3 for 3 on a Sunday fun day. That's the way it'll go. All right, last one of the day, Hardesty National Stadium Legacy, day number 3, 56 and over experts on deck. On your 13 bike out of Milford, Nebraska, Scott Navratil. On your National Age Group number 19 bike out of Omaha, Nebraska, Rod Edwards. On your National Age Group 17 bike out of Mumford, Tennessee, Frank Branham. And on your National Age Group number 7 bike out of Friendswood, Texas, Cody Smart. Take it down that first straightaway. Got the commander, Cody Smart, on the top spot. He'll get this one rolling on back to us. In and out we're going to go. Bring this one out of the first turn, down the second straightaway. Commander, Cody Smart, Branham on the 1-2. Down the 2 straightaway they go. Branham, Edwards, Navratil working it out. 56 and over experts on track. Some legends of BMX on this one as they go down that third straightaway. The commander, Cody Smart, on the top spot. Run of the show, Branham, Smart, Edwards, Navratil ramping things up to bring this one back through. Last one of the day out here at Hardesty National Stadium, Legacy National, day number 3. Good to have everybody with us on the weekend coming back through. Last straight back to the line. Smart will go 3, 4. Well, Branham Smart, but Smart gets the overall. That's a wrap-up for the weekend, guys. Always want to give a big shout-out to everybody, all the staffers out here at Hardesty National Stadium, all the volunteers. Thank you guys for all of your hard work. Great racing going on. We had the national champs go down. We gave out the sleeves, all the good stuff all weekend long right here at Legacy Nationals, 3 days in a row. The next time you're going to see us, we got a split weekend going on. We've got one in Nashville, Tennessee. We've got one in Idaho. See you catch us on either of our channels. All that good stuff. Once again, guys, keep it styled up. We'll see you at the finish line. Love you, Redbone.
Do you like BMX?
I like BMX.
Well, so do we. Welcome to Full Tilt Bike Co., where we're a collective of young racers working to build the largest selection of BMX race products. But we're not your typical mail-to-order store. So make sure you check out the Full Tilt Bike Co. YouTube channel, where we do product spotlights, bike builds, and give out BMX racing tips and tricks.
Join the community and see what the new age of BMX product sales looks like. Bleh.
USA BMX, where everyone rides.